how we feel about certain movies, and I think that that'll help contextualize like where we come from when we make the criticisms we do.
Okay. Is it working? Let's see what our stream looks like. You should log on and see what it sounds like. Okay. Is it working? Let's see what our stream looks like. You should log on and see what it sounds like. Okay. Yeah. Is it working? Let's see what our stream looks like.
The picture is like too big.
Yeah, I don't know why the pictures are showing up like that. How can I change?
But it sounds
the
good.
looks like?
The picture is like too big.
Yeah, I don't know why the pictures are showing up. I told you, I don't.
But it sounds good.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. Okay, Jesus.
The picture is like too big.
I know the pictures look too big. I told you, I don't.
But it sounds good.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. Yeah, I get that it sounds good. I know the pictures look too big. I told you, I don't.
But it sounds good.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. Yeah, I get that it sounds good. I know the pictures look too big. I told you, I don't. Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. Yeah, I get that it sounds good. I know the pictures look too big. I told you, I don't. Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. Yeah, I get that it sounds good.
Are you just laughing?
I told you, I don't. Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. Yeah, I get that it sounds good.
Are you just laughing?
I told you, I don't. Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. Yeah, I get that it sounds good.
Are you just laughing?
I told you, I don't. Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. Yeah, I get that it sounds good.
Are you just laughing? We've next level YouTube. We just react to our own screens. Are you just laughing? We've next level YouTube. We just react to our own screens.
Do a live reaction to your own reaction at the same time. There's so many fucking layers to it, man. Do a live reaction to your own reaction at the same time. There's so many fucking layers to it, man. Do a live reaction to your own reaction at the same time. There's so many fucking layers to it, man.
I know a hard commit to a moniker, but
oh my gosh, that got nuts really fast.
yeah, I bet.
I don't know how to fix the pictures. Let's see, transform.
I don't either. Well, I'm not the one messing with it, but
fit
it's
the
like
screen.
It's
there we
like
go.
a slideshow between
You fit it to the
two
screen.
pictures, but it's like too big.
There
Okay,
we
there
go.
we go.
Okay.
Oh, don't have a picture of this raw chicken.
No, I think that works there.
I don't know. It's not tasteful.
It's not tasteful? You don't like raw chicken?
We've already got Kim Jong-un and like our badly edited Photoshop work.
Wait till you see the next one.
I like that one though.
Yeah, that one is
It's
trippy.
your deep fried. It's your deep fried fucking terrorist.
Yeah. So, okay. So it seems like the stream is working. So that's good. I'm going to go ahead and post this in our... I'm going to share this. I post this in the subreddit.
Yeah, if the like YouTube isn't lying, we have like 3 subscribers apparently that aren't us.
Yeah, well, I've been telling people at work, so I'm pretty sure at least 1 or 2 of them are from people from work. But
oh, okay.
Hopefully they tell their friends and they tell their other friends, because I don't have any friends, but it would be cool if somebody watched this.
If we got as many people to commit suicide as possible.
Right, like the last episode, we're all gonna have this Kool-Aid that we all drink. It's really cool. So tune in for that, like and subscribe. Okay, URL. Okay, and then I can just cross-post this to r/documentaries. Okay. Go back to this. This is going to be a boring part of the podcast where we shamelessly.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I would be trying to entertain, but I'm eating, and I'm trying to eat before we get into the actual shit. So.
Oh, that's okay. Gonna put it in. Like...
If anyone wants to know, I went to Wendy's and I got a Big Bacon Classic. So. Damn, are you making throw up noises about Wendy's?
Yeah. Do I still have that soundboard? I thought I had a Discord soundboard.
Do you not like Wendy's?
No, it's fine. It's fine. Resonance.
Top 5 fast food places to throw up.
Yeah. Top
Arby's?
5. Yeah, Arby's is
sure.
number 1 for sure.
Jack
in the Box is a close second. Whataburger is where they serve you throw up.
Wiener Schnitzel?
Yeah, Wiener Schnitzel is disgusting.
It really is.
Yeah. Did that show up on the stream?
I don't know. I'm not watching it anymore. It's still just pictures.
Right. But it should be muted. Like, it mutes you automatically, yeah.
Well, I muted it so that I wouldn't hear you laughing at yourself.
Oh, right. But it should be muted. Like, it mutes you automatically, yeah.
Well, I muted it so that I wouldn't hear you laughing at yourself.
Oh, right. But it should be muted. Like, it mutes you automatically, yeah. Okay, yeah, so it does. These sounds do come through on the thing.
Your soundboard?
Yeah, so where are we at? Did you say Taco Bell?
No, I didn't say Taco Bell. But I don't know if Taco Bell is it on the list?
Actually...
Is it in the top 5?
I don't know if it's top 5, because, like, Taco Bell has some stuff that's okay.
Yeah.
I like the way their meat tastes, because they add, like, oatmeal to it. Tastes different. Oh, God. Have you been to Jollibee?
No, but there's a couple in LA that I used to drive past.
Yeah, it is so disgusting. Yeah, it's probably the worst fast food place I've ever been to. Because, like, they serve...
It looks like it's supposed to only appeal to Mexican people.
It's not. It's like, I don't know who it's... I think it's for, like... I remember all of my Filipino friends in high school were really into Jollibee. And I never got it because,
that counts as Mexican.
Yeah, I guess. But, like, yeah, so... They serve, like, burgers.
Hashtag woke, by the way.
Yeah. They serve, like, burgers and fries, and they serve fried chicken, and they serve spaghetti. And it's like, how can you do all of those things? God. And the spaghetti, it's like this sweet
and they have
spaghetti,
a secret
like
menu for throw up.
Yeah, you have to order it off the secret menu. Like, the spaghetti tastes like sweet. It's like, you know when you were a kid and you tried to make spaghetti, but you thought ketchup was tomato sauce?
Yeah.
That's what it tastes like. It's so bad. So yeah, Jollibee's not good.
That's a weird business model.
What'd you say?
It's a weird business model.
Yeah, that's too many things. You got too many hats. Like, pick one.
Yeah. Like, if you're gonna get something wrong, just get one thing wrong.
Right. Pick a lane.
Yeah.
Okay, so it seems like the stream is working. It looks like all the pictures are functioning.
No.
Bruh. So I don't know if are you hearing these buttons I'm pressing, these sounds?
Let's see.
I don't know if those would come through
Yeah,
on Discord.
I just heard Brad.
Okay, yeah. So you'll hear them in the stream, but not on Discord, right?
Yeah.
They kind of want you to hear it on Discord. Well, you could get a bot, but how does that work? You have to type in each name of every sound that you want to. That's too much. That's too much work.
I trust you that you'll do appropriate soundboard.
Yeah, which, like, rightly so. I'm someone who can't be trusted.
Well, you know, we're at that stage in our career.
Yeah. I guess this is a good time now, if any, for introductions.
Give me a sec. Let me. I need like 1 or 2 more bites of my hamburger.
Oh, okay.
Because like when I listened to the Black Widow commentary, I'm pretty sure that like I was eating a pastrami sandwich in the first 20 minutes, and there were definitely times where I said some shit, and I'm like, oh, I can tell my mouth is full.
Yeah, I was eating some shit.
Yeah, I was like, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
Bazinga!
So I'll definitely sneak some fries in between, but let me.
Yeah, you're gonna get some fries. I'm just really just messing with the sounds on this. This is so much funny. So much fun. I gotta keep that cricket noise on deck for whenever I say a joke.
Now fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch. What the fuck?
I changed the description.
You did? You changed the description?
I changed a little bit of the verbiage because I thought it made it it sounded a little nicer.
Okay.
But I changed our names to our screen names because I don't like using my name on the internet.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't know what's gonna happen in the future and shit, but like.
I mean, if you have a cell phone, it's pretty much over. But
yeah,
I get what you're saying.
But I'd like to add as many layers as possible, regardless of how feudal it is. So I changed it to Master Jedi Chris and DC Green, and then I put in parentheses our first names.
Okay.
Because I figure we'll probably refer to ourselves as Cody and Chris, like we don't really ever.
Right, and my channel,
I never call
my
you Jedi.
YouTube channel is just my name, Chris. It's just Chris.
I know my channel was also my first and last name. Not that I ever use it or like comment or anything, so I thought it was fine. But now that we have this, I went back in and I changed it all to DC Green and stuff. So you can change it and obscure it.
Okay. Yeah.
So, I guess if someone like beforehand wanted to figure out that stuff, maybe they could, I don't know. But, I just thought I'd let you know that's what I did.
Okay, yeah. That's a good, probably a good change. I don't know if you heard about this, Jair Bolsonaro. Is he the Brazilian president?
Javier. Yeah, isn't he the...
It's not Javier, it's Jair.
Yeah, he's Brazil, isn't he?
Maybe.
Something
and anyway, he's in the hospital. He's had the hiccups for 10 fucking days. Can you believe that? Yeah, he had to go to the hospital. He had the hiccups for so long, he had to go to the hospital.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I don't know, like, what causes that, man? It's just like a really strong soda, like the fizziest fucking soda that money can buy. He bought it because he's like a rich dignitary, He's like, it's unattainable. That fucking soda from Willy Wonka, and you can't find it anywhere. Yeah. And so he had to go to the hospital for hiccups. And it's funny that we think about it as like hiccups, but then like it must be like scary in the moment. And like, when do you think he realized like this is a problem, right? Because like you can have hiccups for like an hour maybe, and you're like, it'll go away. And then like 2 hours or like overnight,
Dude, have you ever
wake
had
up.
hiccups for like an hour? It's scary.
No, I've never had hiccups for that long.
Oh my god, I had hiccups for like an hour one time.
Oh my god.
Like, yeah, you start to really like question.
You're like, hold on a second. Yeah, this is not normal.
Yeah, 7 days. I hope he dies so that
Oh
they
my
make a
God.
documentary and they have to like put in the documentary and have like a reaction, like a reenactment.
It's all like black and white, and like slow motion, and like he's like taking sips of water.
Yeah,
trying to hold his breath.
people are like scaring him.
Yeah.
For those 7 days, the entire country of Brazil celebrated Halloween.
Yeah. Yeah, so, that was like one piece of news that I thought was interesting. I watched a lot
That is some
of
weird
like news and stuff.
shit. I actually
Yeah.
did think that you were like setting up a bit at first.
Oh, you thought it? No, that's real.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, yeah. After we talked about it for like a little while, I was like, okay, this is an actual thing, and that's why I started to make jokes of it. But like, yeah, at first I thought it was some like ridiculous bit.
What is the premise of this?
He's like, he's like a pseudo dictator or something.
Yeah,
Like,
pretty
there's
much.
some weird shit going on down there, So I'm like, okay, it's got all the like ingredients, It's like
Yeah.
this dictator president guy has like a benign condition.
Yeah, like a
but it's
total.
lasted for a comically long time.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, where are we going?
Yeah, I can't see a payoff coming up for this one. Like a totalitarian regime just toppled by like really bad gas.
Should we? I'm good now. I finished my.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna do our top 10 list.
Yeah, and introductions. Like, I don't know how much we need to say. Do you think our age is important to like inform?
No, I don't think that. I don't know how old anybody on YouTube is.
Okay, I was gonna say too. You can like go to our YouTube channels and they have your birth date on them. I'm pretty sure. So like, if someone wants to go and do the math, they can. Let's just say we both grew up in the 90s.
I mean, I partially grew up in the 90s and mostly early 2000s.
Okay, well that will inform people about the age difference between us then.
Right.
Because I grew up in the 90s.
Okay. Yeah, I remember some of the 90s, but it's mostly early 2000s. I know very well.
Okay.
I'm Chris, by the
So-
way. This is
Yeah.
Chris. I sound like a gay surfer dude.
Yeah, and I'm Cody. I go by DC Green. Which I'll get it out of the way now. It has nothing to do with DC Comics or Green Lantern. I get that question all the time.
Oh,
It's just
I never
it's
made
just
that
some-
connection.
Dude,
I
people
thought
ask
it
me
was.
that all
I
the
thought it was a
time.
reference to the Unabomber.
Yeah, people are always like, "Is that DC Green Lantern?" And I'm like, "Why would I have stopped at just green if it was?"
Yeah, well, DC Green Lantern was taken.
So I didn't try to add like X's in front of my
Yeah,
name anything
or an
like
underscore.
That. I just gave up
Yeah.
after the first word.
Hello there.
Yeah. So it's just a screen name. So, anyways,
What
Yeah,
is there a story behind it?
yeah, it's a Magic deck that I did like well in a tournament with because I used to play Magic and it was like an archetype I used and I got a top 8 at some Pro 2 qualifier.
Oh, I already lost interest.
Yeah. And I don't remember why I started using it. To be honest, like I don't even know what the spark was. I just started using it for everything. I have no idea why, and it just like stuck. I've used it ever since.
You're just like super proud of that achievement.
I guess so. I did like the deck was really fun. I actually like miss playing it from time to time. But yeah, I think I made it in 2006 because I have an email that's DC Green 06, and I think that was the first year that I like made the deck and like made the name and stuff like that. So I've been using it for almost 20 years now. So I use it in everything, and like I play World of Warcraft, you know, and like every now and then, like I'll run into people that remember me from a long time ago, and like I don't know who the fuck they are because they like, change their screen names and shit a lot, but they'll be like, oh hey, are you the same DC Green? And I'm like, so that's been like a really cool thing about it is like I've bumped into people like multiple times that like I used to know, and they like recognize me. So
Yeah.
that's kind of a cool thing of having like a consistent screen name I've found.
It's Brittany, bitch.
But yeah, so we're actually here to talk about our top 10 movies, and some other like movie stuff, because we wanted to kind of inform everyone what influences our tastes and the things that we're into, so that some of our commentary and stuff like that makes sense. Although some of our commentary already has been on stuff that's just like arguably really bad, so maybe you don't even know what,
I think
what
that
we like.
anybody that watches the first few videos that we've put out might think that our channel is just about like talking shit, and it kind of is. It kind of is. Like, I'm not gonna lie about that. It's more fun to
It's
shit
fun.
on stuff, but like we've watched Black Widow, and we
Well, I
did
was also going to say our second video is the Conor McGregor fight, and
right.
not the Loki commentary because we fucked up the
Right, we
on that
fucked
one.
up the Loki commentary, but anybody who would have listened to that, would have heard just me. But like Loki and Black Widow, like we wanted them to be good.
Yeah,
I personally really like Marvel, and I want them to succeed and keep making movies. But as long as they're good movies, like if they're not that good, then I think we should be able to say like, hey, this is like pretty shitty. Can you like make better stuff, please?
yeah. I would preface that like most of the movie, like over 90% of movies that I see, I want to be good.
Right.
That's why I'm going.
I
to
always
see
go
them.
in with like high hopes
Yeah.
and low expectations.
There's very few movies that I actually go thinking that they're gonna be bad, like wanting them to be bad, etc. Like I would say that, like, you know, recently, like I like after Fast and the Furious 6, I started going to watch them because like I think that they're terrible, but I
Right.
think that they're terrible in like a funny way.
Yeah, they're
So-
entertaining.
Yeah, so I go in with them with low expectations. I
My
know
man.
pretty much that they're gonna be bad, and then I enjoy them because they are. But most other things, like I want to be good, and then you know, I think it's only fair that like you know, because like I have a general like strong favorability towards most of the Marvel movies. I would say like most of the Marvel movies are better than average, and we'll get to some of that later. And so I think it's like that shouldn't make you just like blindly fanboy, you know, for like whatever that they produce, because
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Marvel is, especially with how bad like DC has done, Marvel is kind of in like comic book character monopoly territory, and they're gonna get into that. And well, and like you can make an argument now that they're already in that phase of the monopoly where they don't have to improve the product anymore because they know that people are just going to see it.
Right, people are going to see it because it's Marvel. So now
Yeah,
it does
and-
feel like they think they don't have to try anymore. And in a way they don't, because Black Widow made like $100 million last weekend, like the fastest since the beginning of the pandemic. I think I read that I read the headline and I scrolled past it on a social media site. So that's how I know that it's true, it's accurate, and it's vetted information.
Yes. I will say that there are diminishing returns when the movie is like lackluster, because like movies do gain momentum through like word of mouth and things like that. And like you just have to look at like Rise of Skywalker. It did the worst in the entire Star Wars trilogy. It is arguably the worst.
Yeah, it's
and
probably
there's a debate
probably
to
the
be
worst
had about.
movie.
Yeah, there's definitely a debate to be had whether it's bad because of Last Jedi or if it's bad just on its own merits. but we won't get into that. But it did terribly in terms of like box office performance and stuff like that. And so
yeah, but it still made like a lot of money for.
it still
I
made
mean,
like
compared to
$1 billion,
other Star Wars
but
movies.
Like Force Awakens made $2 billion, I think.
Oh my god, did it?
Yeah, Force Awakens, it did crazy, like gangbusters at the box office. When Disney sees that in the first movie, they expect the movies to. I would like if I was a producer making a trilogy, I would expect the next movie and then the last movie to do the best, right? You'd think that the momentum gains.
Yeah.
Like Endgame did much better than Infinity War.
Right. Yeah. There's just so much anticipation about it.
Yeah. So.
But okay. So here's a counterpoint to this.
Well, do you know what my point is?
Well, no, but let me offer the counterpoint before you offer your point. It's with Star Wars, right? Like, sure. People were saying it was bad, like, while it was out. Like, everybody hated Last Jedi. Not everybody. Half the people hated Last Jedi, and the other half were paid by Star Wars to say that they liked it. And to call people that didn't like it, like, sexist. But the important thing is that even though they were saying it, like, when it came out, that this is not that good, like, they still went ahead and continued in that direction they were going and like made another movie that was just as bad, if not worse. So like, well, I don't know if anything's like due to be changed with the Marvel formula. It's like you like it because this is what we're doing. You're gonna watch it because you're a Marvel fanboy, and we're not gonna change because like fuck you. That's why.
Yeah, my greater point is that like word of mouth does affect movies, and so if you don't like something, it is worth voicing your criticism because it does. We can't measure how much the diminishing returns are on word of mouth, like making the box office return smaller, but it definitely contributes. So that's all I'm saying is like when these things come out and they don't meet your expectations, it's good to voice that because you can have an effect on the totals that they're going to account for. And that may over time get them to finally pick up the pace. Now, we don't like in regards to Star Wars, there is no instance in the history of movie making of any company stopping in the middle of a trilogy and being like, we need to reboot. Like even DC didn't stop after Batman vs Superman and not make Justice League or not make Wonder Woman and Aquaman afterwards, even though they knew that the fucking other actors were going to quit and they weren't going to be able to make movies for them and then ever do a second Justice League. So there isn't really a precedent for that. So I don't think that should be the benchmark. But like I said, if Force Awakens earns $2 billion and Rise of Skywalker barely gets over $1 billion, like they noticed that. They wanted that to be like they paid $4 billion for the franchise. Right. So like the fact that they barely recouped that and made like a little bit of a profit after the 3 movies, and they're gonna obviously like make a lot of money with like Mandalorian and shit like that, but like they wanted to like really chip away at that investment with just those 3 movies, and they didn't because they fucked it up so bad. So yeah, I just it's worth and another thing, and like I don't know, I feel dumb going through all these points because all these other channels that I watch that like criticize movies and stuff, they've already hashed this stuff, but we're hoping that we fill that void for you and that you don't go over there and get your fucking movie criticism from other people that are bigger channels and that are already doing it. And
I mean, because they already have enough viewers, so yeah,
exactly. So come to us. So it bears saying that you can absolutely like something that's not very good. Like I said beforehand, like I like the Fast and the Furious movies, not for the reasons that the studios want me to like them, but I enjoy them even though I think that they're arguably the Fast and the Furious movie. I think that the recent one that I saw, 9, was it's probably one of the worst movies that's ever been made, but I still like got a kick out of it. And so I understand that like initial reaction when you see like Last Jedi, that you're like, God, I want to like this because I like Star Wars, but it's like somewhere in your gut that it wasn't good, and it's okay. It's okay that it's like that you like it, but it's not good. Because at the end of the day, we are consumers, and we should demand a certain level of like the products that are being delivered to us. And so it's still good to let them know that like, I wish you had done this differently, or, like whatever. So that's all. I guess that's the movie criticism / you can like bad things caveat.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So
I don't have much more to say on
that
it.
was
So.
one hell of an introduction.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's all right.
Yeah, I
I
think that
wanted
was
this to
good.
go kind of long, so I think we're on track for this to go pretty long. Okay, so I forgot to ask you this before when we had all the time to set up this stream, but do you want to do do you want to go like I or you says my name in the movie, and then the next person says theirs, or do you want to do like one of us goes through our top 5, and then we give it to the next person and they go through?
I think one movie at a time is more interesting.
Okay.
Uh,
And are you recording your screen? Because like what I did was like I wrote all of mine in like a Word document.
Yeah, I did that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I was gonna like share my screen with you, and then I was gonna like make the Word document bigger so that I could like reveal everything like slowly.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to put that in the stream?
I was gonna share my screen with you, so I
Okay.
figured that you would like look at my Discord stream, and then like when we get to like you can just like tab to your like Word document as well. And I think that they would both show
Yeah,
up,
I'm not.
assuming that
No, because I'm
OBS
not
works that way.
recording the stream. I just put these.
You're just using OBS for the
Yeah.
sound.
Yeah, and I just put these pictures as a slideshow.
Oh,
in there.
okay.
Let's. I think I might be able to. Let's see.
Yeah, I would say if you can like broadcast your screen, your desktop.
I think I can do
or-
that.
Yeah, that might add like a little bit of flair. Some jazz.
Yeah, we need some zazz on it. Let's see, sources. There we go. Add a source. Browser, display capture. There we go. Okay, so that's OBS.
You should just be able to like record your desktop, right? And then
Yeah. So if you look at the stream now, it should be my browser. Yeah.
yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and so you should be able to. You can see my Word doc, right?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me pull up the. Okay. You know what I need to do? I need to have OBS going. Wait a second. Am I still streaming? Gallon of chicken.
Think so. Yeah,
Okay,
I see your.
Okay. Gallon of chicken. Okay.
so.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
I see your,
Still streaming. Okay. So put this, and then you're gonna share your screen.
Yeah, I already did.
Okay. I just hit watch stream, and okay, now I'm watching the
Yeah, it
YouTube.
looks
I'm
like you
watching
see
the
mine.
live stream of what I just did. What is this?
Yeah,
Is this Spaceballs?
I was.
What the hell am I looking at?
Okay, so because I was watching the stream too to make sure it was okay. So you were probably watching me, watching you, watching me.
Oh my god! Stop that!
Okay, so anyways, you can see my Word doc here, right?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so I was just gonna like grow it up and down for the review.
Oh.
So do you want to go first?
No. Why don't you go first?
Okay. So
Because all of my movies are gonna seem childish, and I also have a Marvel
I've got
movie in the
some-
middle of a top 10. So.
Okay, I've got some childish stuff.
Because like the way I saw it, if I
have
have to pick one Marvel, because we're gonna do a separate Marvel thing.
yeah.
I found this website
Oh.
that like lets you just make a list and then order it in like your favorites.
Okay. So let me give some caveats that like we kind of set up beforehand. So I disregarded like major trilogies because like I think that there's a really compelling argument to be had that the Lord of the Rings trilogy might be the best film ever put to screen. I think that those movies are phenomenal. I have very little negative things to say about them. I also think it's like very difficult to determine like when you have a trilogy that's as good as that, like which one is the best and things like that.
Right.
It's hard to discount them as like it's hard to not consider it like one big movie. So for things like that, I've decided to like not have. I think that if we either Chris or I thought that there's a trilogy that is like worth that, we would consider it like kind of like a separate category. So I don't have any of the Lord of the Rings movies on my top 10 because I think that those are really good and they could easily take up either one spot or three spots on this list. The other thing is that like we also decided to make a top 5 for Marvel movies specifically because I think that in general the Marvel movies are very, very good. And I think it would be easy for them to take up spots on a top 10 list, but they're kind of, they're kind of recent, so it would be easy for them to take up spots on a top 10 list. The lessons that have been learned over time in filmmaking, they benefit a lot from the increased fidelity and graphics and things of that nature. They're just generally good. They appeal to us as men and all sorts of things like that. And I think it's more interesting if our top 5 movie is comprised of like things that are a bit more unique or obscure or maybe something that you haven't heard before. Because we've all heard of Iron Man and Thor and Captain America. And it's going to just be a big circle jerk if like the top 5 is just, or top 10 or whatever, is just like a bunch of those movies. So we went ahead and made a separate top 5 list for Marvel movies.
Did you do that already? Because I haven't done that. I'm a procrastinator.
I did that already.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I did it all earlier today.
I would rather make a separate video of all of the Marvel movies ranked.
Well, I mean, like
could really milk that content.
I'll give you my
cow,
5, and you can tell me how much you agree or disagree. Because I think that there's some really obvious. I think there are some really obvious standouts in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Like, there's at least 3 that it's like these are obviously going to be in your top 5.
Yeah,
top
Captain
3
America
even.
1, Captain America 2, Captain America 3. I agree. I totally agree with you.
Yeah. So, so once you see mine, you might only debate like one or two of the choices that I have. And then we can talk about that. So, anyways, without further ado, so this took me like a little bit of deliberation.
All right, hold on a second.
And,
we got to build up the suspense. I'm playing the X-Files theme. Hold on. It's still going.
Okay.
Okay, go.
Do it.
All right. So I used to like. My top 10 list, I used to have both of these movies just in the one spot because I couldn't decide which one should actually be number 1. And I finally decided like what order they should be in, and I decided a movie to like axe off the top 10. So my number 1 movie is going to be Mad Max.
This is Mad Max Fury Road?
Yeah, Mad Max Fury Road.
Okay, I think it's important to draw that distinction. Yeah.
Sure. I forgot that there is an old Mad Max.
Yeah. And it's not good.
It's not that great. But yeah, I think this movie is amazing. There's a lot of reasons.
You should type Fury Road in there just in case someone tunes in the middle. They're like, "Are you serious? This movie? This movie that they shot on a $300 budget?"
Yeah. So one of the reasons I think this movie is really good is it does a lot of like visual storytelling. This movie is kind of like the epitome of show, don't tell. One of my favorite scenes in the movie, and it is like very inconsequential, but it's like when Immortan Joe like gets word that his wives are missing, and you see him like run through the Citadel to the vault room where he keeps them, and you see him run through all these different rooms, and you get really informed about like how much control he has over like the population and the different things that he's doing in the Citadel and preventing like access to and things like that. And I just think that that's like really, really cool. It's a great story and great action movie. It has a great female character in it that isn't. Oh boy.
Ooh. Who is that?
Sorry, I didn't mean to go to that. It's this girl that I play WoW with.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Anyways. I think Charlize Theron's character in it is like a really good example of like the strong female character that these other movies keep trying to make but are like doing a bad job at. Like we get a lot about her character just from like her rank, so they don't have to do all this like superfluous kind of like propping up of the character and stuff like that. And I think she has a really good like motivation and like emotional arc in the movie. Every time like she gets to that like tribe of women and she finds out that like I don't know, like everyone's dead or something like that. I don't exactly remember. It's been a while since I've watched it, but like whenever she like falls to the ground and like it's like her moment of defeat and she's just like completely devastated by like the
She
information
falls
that she
out of the
learns. Like
truck, or
no. She's like talking to them and they tell her that like her whole tribe has been like wiped out and then she like walks off into the distance and she like falls to the ground and like
oh yeah,
she fucking like screams into the sky and like every time that scene happens I like cry.
yeah.
So and the action scenes are insane. They're really good. The creativity on the cars and like I said, the world building. Like I love how that we learn about the Hellboys or whatever, that they like believe that they're gonna go to Valhalla and they like think that like dying in battle is like how you get there. Like we learn all that through like action scenes instead of like exposition. So I just think that this movie does like a lot of things right. And it's just that it's that perfect like male appealing action movie with like cars and explosions and post-apocalyptic everything. Like I just think this movie's really cool. So this one definitely is number one for me.
That is a good
love
choice.
watching
I
this
like
movie.
that. Yeah, that's a good
Thank you.
movie. It was really hard for me to pick my top 10 because I like so many movies. And
Yeah, it's hard to narrow them down.
Yeah, and a lot of them I forget, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that movie's awesome, and I remember it.
Yeah.
So, also, I don't know how well I compiled this list. I want to say that it's not in exact order because I didn't put too much thought into it. Like, I mean, I did in that choosing the movies, but it was just like really, really tough to get them all together. Let's see if we can zoom in on this. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen with you, and you can.
It's like your screen's already been shared with the stream, right? So you just show your
I guess
you just show your thing on.
Yeah, I guess we
there,
can
and then just
watch
tab
it.
back to mine whenever.
Yeah. Okay. Well, half of my screen is exposed. Let's see. There we go. I just have to make it like super big so that you get.
Spoiled all seven.
Yeah, all of them. Yeah. Okay. Well, the first movie is The Dark Knight. That's one of my favorite movies, and like.
Okay.
I don't know. Like I've always really been into Batman, and I grew up watching Batman Forever. That was like my favorite one.
We both really love Batman Forever.
Yeah. That would be on my honorable mentions.
That is a gallon of chicken classic.
Yeah, we're gonna come up with a commentary for that one for sure.
Yeah.
So Batman's like probably one of my favorite superheroes, and just to see it like in that like serious kind of tone that they presented it with, and it's been talked to death about how great this movie is. Everybody knows it, and even if you don't like comic books, like you look at the story and the drama that's going on in that movie, there's like a lot of it's just like a good story outside of like the Batman stuff. It's just like a mobster movie. So yeah, and obviously the performances. Heath Ledger was great. Christian Bale's Batman is like so debatable. There's a lot of people that don't like the voice.
Yeah, the voice is meany, but like it's got its own charm to it.
Yeah, and it's also like a more gritty voice than the first movie. I feel like he didn't change his voice that much in the first movie, but in
Michael Keaton.
No, Christian Bale. In Batman Begins. Yeah, in Batman Begins, I feel like his Batman voice wasn't as over the top as it is in Dark Knight.
Yeah. By the way, you should make your document like a little bit more viewable because like you have it kind of in the corner. I think you have it in the corner so you can see my stream, but I'm not showing anything important.
Right. I have a hard time like
Streamception.
No, it's I just want to show one movie and not the rest of them. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
And then like I really like movies that are like rewarding every time you watch them. Like you notice a detail or you pick up on like a storyline or something that you maybe didn't notice before, and it's rewarding to see it like get closed up or alluded to, or have a setup payoff. And like everything in that movie, it's a really tight story. Like nothing is superfluous, even though it's 2.5 hours, maybe 2 hours and 40 minutes, which seems long for a superhero movie. And it really like set a standard, and which I don't think necessarily is a good thing in superhero movies, for them to be long and dark and gritty.
But at the time, it was new and fresh.
Right, this was like one of the first movies to do that.
Yeah, it was really the trendsetter.
Yeah.
And it executed well on that trend. I mean, there's a reason that everyone tried to copy it afterwards, is because it really nailed it. I think part of that can be attributed to the fact that that Batman just lends himself well to that kind of style and storytelling, and that's kind of why a lot of the other ones fail, is because, like, you know, can you really have like a dark and gritty like Green Lantern movie?
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah. The dark and gritty Bozo the Clown movie.
Yeah, I think Dark Knight
it's an origin story.
Is a good choice, and
and the reason that I chose this over Batman Begins is just because Batman Begins is a little bit slow. Like, he doesn't become Batman until pretty late in the movie. I would say like the end of the second act is when he's Batman, and he doesn't stay Batman for very long. Like, he beats those guys at the docks in Batman Begins, and then I think that's pretty much it. He doesn't appear as Batman again until towards the end, when he goes to Arkham Asylum, and then the very final act of the movie when he's saving the people on the island. But Dark Knight, he starts the first scene in the movie. He is the bank heist, which is super fucking cool. And
that heist scene is so cool.
Yeah, and it was super cool when it was coming out too, because like that was the trailer for the movie. If you went to see like an IMAX movie a year before Dark Knight came out, like they would show it, and it would just be the heist. That was like the trailer for the movie.
Did see that.
Yeah, it was so cool.
I had a girlfriend at the time that was like really into Batman Begins, and so she like, I didn't see Batman Begins either, and so she was like, "We're gonna go see the Dark Knight," and I was like, I'm like, "Do I have to see the first one?" And she was like, "It doesn't matter," and we just went, and I was like, "Holy fuck, that movie was so good!"
Yeah, it was so good.
I remember being like shocked whenever I talked to somebody and they hadn't seen it yet. I was just like, wow. I was like, you're really missing out on it. Yeah. I was like, it actually might be one of the best movies that's ever been made.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's why it's on my list. It's just everything about it, the story, the performances, everything looked real, and it's like, you know, I miss movies where it just takes you out of whatever you're experiencing, whatever's going on in the world, and you're just like in the movie, you know what I mean? Like now it's like, I feel like a lot of it is referencing like the political climate of what's going on today, so it's like really hard
so
to
much
get
stuff
immersed.
Kind of sacrifices immersion for political commentary. Right?
Yeah. I would say even the third movie does that, because they have that whole story about the rich people and the proletariat taking over, and the bourgeoisie like holed up in their mansions.
Well, if you switch to my screen really quick, I wanted to talk about this trilogy specifically, because like this is one that is in my opinion is kind of excluded from the trilogy rule that we have, because like I think that ranking the Dark Knight trilogy is really, really easy. And I also think that, like, as you can see here, I have them ranked as Dark Knight, and then Batman Begins, and then third asterisk. We all know that tragically Christopher Nolan died before it made so that's why in my mind it's okay to like have these in your actual top 10, because the trilogy never even ended.
Yeah. We just got two.
We just got the two movies, and it's like Dark Knight is so much better than Batman Begins. Batman Begins is a very good film.
Yeah, it's solid.
But Dark Knight really like built up on the foundation and like took us to like a completely different place that movies hadn't really explored before.
Right, and we'll never know what happened after the end of Dark Knight.
We'll never know.
Yeah, and I like it better that way.
Yeah, me too. So let me see if I can this and get to the top without revealing any of my shit here.
Well, I'll go ahead and I'll pull up another window so I don't see you scroll.
No,
through.
we're good. We're good. I can go to my second one now. Okay, so second on my list is Inception.
Okay.
So as I mentioned before, this occupied my first slot for a really, really long time. I really love this movie. I'm a huge fan of like high concept sci-fi stuff, especially when it's God, I'm gonna have to mute this person. Especially when it's like executed really well. I've never gone on YouTube and watched a movie that like tears Inception down. I imagine that there's some out there, but like I feel like this movie is like pretty tight. And like a hallmark of Christopher Nolan, as you have, one of his movies in your first spot. Like he's just really good at writing compelling scripts that go out of their way to think of like most of the things. And like his dream concept in this movie, which to my knowledge is like a pretty original concept, I felt like he did a good job trying to account for as many things as he could, and while still giving himself like room to play with the idea. Like I really like the like paradox thing in the dreams where they have like the stairs that are like infinite, and they use that in the hotel later, and then like when he needs it to, because he's like the architect of the dream, the stairs like separate, and then he can kind of like throw the guy down the chute.
Right. Right.
Just like really cool things. I like the different layers and the time dilation. I like the fact that the bottom layer is like limbo, and it's like complete unadulterated like dream space, and you can make anything you want. I like the drama between Cobb and his wife, and how like the fact that he even figured out that Inception was possible because he did it to his wife, but it's this like, tragic burden that he bears because it ultimately led to her death because the idea was so strong that it like consumed her. There's so many good things about this movie. Then all the actors in it are the A-list cast. Like Joseph Gordon-Levitt's in it, and Tom Hardy's in it. Ellen Page is in it while she was a woman, and like her acting skills are still good. Michael Caine's in it. It's got like all
known
the
as Ellen Page, right?
Yeah, whatever she is now.
Elliot Page, yeah.
Yeah. So, and it's got Michael Caine in it, like a Nolan like hardliner that like is in all his movies and stuff. And I just really love the story that this tells and like what it does with its material. And I loved the fucking ending. Like I remember being in the theater and the screen going black, like while the top was still spinning, and like that fucking blew my mind. I was like, whoa! Oh my god, because you're so happy for him.
Yeah.
You're so happy that he's like he did it and they succeeded, and he gets home to his kids, and you're like. The camera's like zooming in on the top with like that music, and you're like, oh my god,
shit.
it's finally gonna fall over, and this is gonna be it. And and then it cuts to black, and you're like, oh my god! And like, I do subscribe to the version of the movie that he did like Get Out, and that if the camera had gone on longer, that the top would fall. But I loved it.
Yeah, you would. You would. Yeah, that's very on brand for you. I like to think that it doesn't matter because he's happy. If he's in the dream or if he's in real life, it doesn't matter because he's happy and the cops aren't looking for him anymore. He's with his kids like he wanted to be. So.
Yeah, I definitely crank it up to the little bit more optimistic view, and I like to think that he did fucking escape for real. But it doesn't. You're right. It doesn't matter, and that's like one of the cool things about it is like Christopher Nolan like just gives you this little like nugget at the end where he's like, you can do with this whatever you want.
Yeah.
And I know I don't say it very often, but like one of my favorite movie quotes is to become an old man and die of regret. Right? Yeah, furious regret. I fucking love that. I think about that all the time sometimes.
Yeah, that is pretty good. I like this movie a lot because, like, to me, it plays like a heist movie. He gets the team together. He has the objective, and he has like a motivation for doing it. It's like, now I can see my kids again. And so he was really cool. I thought Tom Hardy was really cool as a guy in disguise.
Yeah, that's another cool thing, like how they have the different people that have like different specializations within the dream.
Right.
Like Tom Hardy is like he can like duplicate people or like transform into them, and they use that. For,
I will build
like,
a
espionage
great,
kind of
great
things. He turns
wall
into, like, the hot lady
on our
to, like,
southern border, and I will have
steal some guy's wallet
Mexico
or something like
pay
that. I don't
for that
remember
wall.
exactly.
Mark my words.
We're just. It sounds. By the way, I have like a fucking faded ass memory. It's gotten
personally
way
for
worse
me,
as I've gotten older. I do not
Yeah.
remember things as clearly as like I wish I did, which is great because when I go watch these movies again, I end up seeing things kind of for the first time again, even though I've seen them a bunch of times.
That's always fun.
But I can usually like allude to kind of things that I've seen, but not like exactly get the details right. So forgive me if like some of the things that I try and like harken on, I don't get it right. I have a pretty whack stoner memory.
Yeah.
At this point in my life, so
I have to say, like, the ending of this movie kind of gets muddled for me. I don't know, like it. Not that it's confusing. I don't know. It's just like the fact that so I think at the end they're in limbo, and there's like a safe or something that he has to go to.
The safe is on the 3rd level.
The safe is on the 3rd level?
Yeah.
So what's
like,
on the 4th level?
The guy gets shot in the 3rd level of the dream, the main guy that they're trying to incept, and so that sends him to limbo, where Maul is, his wife.
Right.
And so him and Ellen Page have to go down into limbo to give him a kick so that he wakes up again in the 3rd level. And then can go into the safe where the idea gets completely incepted into him.
Right.
And it does kind of start, like, I've watched it enough times that I'm like, this does make sense. It is pretty tight, but I mean, it's a movie that like really benefits from multiple watches, but it's also a movie that's like so good that like you don't mind watching it again.
Yeah, and I would say that all of Nolan's movies are like that. Or
I agree. Yeah,
they get better.
And it's like you said, it's just like Dark Knight, where like you pick up things and you see like foreshadowing and like little things that like you didn't see the first time, and it makes some of the payoffs like even more like sweet because you're like, oh man, that's what that was.
Yeah.
I really like that. So that's my number 2.
Okay, well that's a good number 2, I would say. At least that's what I said earlier after I had those hot pockets. Okay, so my number 2, which has already been revealed if you've been watching.
Already been spoiled.
Yeah, is Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Okay.
That is, to me, one of the best movies ever made because it's exciting to watch. It is like adventure and everything. It's an Indiana Jones movie. Like I feel like my list is gonna come off really childish because a lot of it is like these action adventure movies. But I don't care.
Like the majority of mine too.
Yeah, it's my list. You make your own list then. Jesus.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's got the action and adventure. Harrison Ford is great. He's classic as Indiana Jones. And I thought Karen Ellen is super cool. She's Marion in the movie. And I remember we watched it together. And, like, some of the details in that movie, it's, like, so... it's so good. It's, like, really tight as well. Like, you remember when it turns out they were digging in the wrong place because the Nazis had a different medallion, and they got their medallion from the imprint that was left on the guy's hand when he burned it. And that's why he doesn't have the other side of the medallion. I mean, that's like a really cool detail. And it's like the attention to detail makes a difference there. And
this movie's very fun.
Yeah, it's a super fun movie. And the special effects are great. Like everything looks real. Yeah. Like, I kind of miss movies like that just look real.
Put effort into making sets.
Yeah.
And like they had to figure out like we can't do this in a computer, so we actually have to like bring that, like movies used to bring things to life.
Yeah.
And now everything kind of just gets fed into a computer, and the computer brings it to life, and that's not as impressive, even though the fidelity is high.
Right. It's just, I don't know if it's just our brain knowing that like, oh, it's all fake because it's like all
because
screen.
Like there's a larger than life aspect to actually film like a giant ball like rolling down a chasm at you, rather than like, I'm sure if they tried to make that scene today, they would just CGI it.
Right.
And like I'm sure it would still even look good. But the idea that like you had to create like a physical space in the world and like make this thing. And yeah, there's movie tricks to it or whatever. Like, you know, when you go to like the ride at Disneyland or whatever, and the ball like stops, and like maybe that's something that they did too when they like made the movie. It was like, you know, it like stopped at a certain, but like whatever, they had to like make it and like actually film it in like an aspect that made it look real and believable.
Yeah.
And yeah, I really like that as well.
Yeah, like a lot of CGI today looks good, but it doesn't look real in the way that something that is real looks real.
Yes.
Another example is like The Thing, and that's like a good example of it because
I like that movie.
Yeah, the original The Thing from the 80s is like it's all practical effects and it looks so good. Like it still looks good today.
Yeah,
And
it
the
does.
same with like
Very
the first Alien movie. But they remade The Thing in like 2011.
Yeah, I remember. I actually like the remake.
Yeah, but the special effects didn't look as good because they were all CGI.
It's very like noticeable.
Yeah.
Obviously.
So it just makes a difference, and yeah, it's a movie for me that doesn't get old. Like I know every line in that movie. I know what happens throughout it, but still, I never get tired of that movie. So yeah, that's definitely on my list. That's number 2, Raiders of the Lost Ark. Check that one out.
I want to ask you a question because so far both your movies have technically broken the trilogy rule.
Oh yeah, they have, huh? Well, I mean, Indiana
totally
Jones,
okay.
there's 4 movies, and Batman, there's 2 movies. So I don't see where you're.
Yeah, well, we did
from.
already qualify Batman. I want to ask you a question about. I'm looking at your stream right now, so you're just gonna see my my view of you at the moment. But I want to ask you, like, I know that you're not like a huge fan of Temple of Doom, so I'm curious. Yeah. Does that kind of disqualify the Indiana Jones trilogy for you as like one of the great trilogies that would permit you to have Raiders of the Lost Ark on your list? Because like I know you're a pretty big fan of Last Crusade.
Yeah, I still would say it's one of the best trilogies because like even as much as I don't dislike Temple of Doom, I just like it less than the others.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's, that kid was kind of annoying, and the girl was kind of annoying in that movie. But there's still, like, a lot of scenes that I enjoy, like when she's, like, reaching her hand to get the lever to, like, free them from the spikes that are coming out. Yeah, and all the bugs. That's, like, my favorite scene in the movie. It's so funny. Scene. Yeah, it's so good. And then when they're on the bridge, that was really cool. When Indy like turns evil for a little bit, that was pretty cool. So like, yeah, I still enjoy that movie. Like, it's not. Okay. I wouldn't say it's bad. You know what? I kind of ignored the trilogy rule because there's a few on here that are.
Yeah, it was like one of the first things that I specified.
It definitely was. I have no creativity, and I had to come up with it on the spot, and that's where I'm at right now. Will you talk for a little bit? I'm going to go to relieve myself of duty here.
Sure, yeah, go for it. Okay, so we had The Dark Knight for Chris and Raiders of the Lost Ark. So I guess I'll talk a little bit about like my Indiana Jones experience. I can't remember if I was ever shown Raiders of the Lost Ark first. I had my dad really loved movies, and he loved just like over the top kind of like larger than life stuff. And I think that because of that, he showed me Temple of Doom first, because it had all the stuff that like, if you're a man and you have a son, you want to be able to show them this kind of movie. Like it has the bugs, and it has them eating like monkey brains and like cutting open the snake and all the eels coming out, like when they have that feast at the temple, and it has the crocodiles at the end, and like the voodoo magic. You're talking about bugs. Temple of Doom? And there's like one part where they're in the jungle, and there's like a snake, and there's like bats, and there's all this stuff.
You're talking about Temple of Doom?
Like, yeah, I'm talking about like why that one was, because like that's kind of like my favorite Indiana Jones one. Mainly because like I was a little boy when I saw all of them, and I think that was the one that was shown to me first.
Yeah, definitely was.
It just hit all those. Like I was saying that like my dad was really into like over the top movie stuff, and that movie just has all of that kind of shit. Like they fly out of the plane in a raft. And,
Oh, yeah.
then they're in the
Oh.
jungle and there's like giant bats and then there's like the snake while they're playing cards and then they go to the temple and they serve them like monkey brains and eyeball soup. And it's just one of those movies that
Monkey
every
brains.
dad is like waiting to have a son for so that they can watch it with them.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah,
And
as a kid, you relate to Short Round as a character.
And also as a kid, you just like you're like, God, this shit is all fucking cool. Like I love bats and I love eyeball soup for some reason. and crocodiles at the end and then falling off the bridge. It just had all these like, cool animals and it was just like such a quintessential like adventure movie with like all these like over the top things. And so that really like it just always stuck with me, and that I've always had like a really big soft spot for Indiana Jones. I haven't like rewatched them in any time where I can maybe like try and make a more make a more informed decision about like why I like each one. I would say that like funnily enough, I probably like I've seen Raiders the least. And I would also say that Raiders is kind of like the most tame out of all of them. Because I like Crusade the next, and that again has like they're in like the catacombs with like the rats and the water and the skeletons, and then they do all the Grail stuff at the end, and people are dying.
There's
in weird
the tank
ways.
in the desert, and there's a part in the train at the beginning, and then there's the part with the motorcycles. There's a lot of action in that movie,
and I like Sean Connery in it.
Yeah, he was good. Yeah.
And I like the dynamic between him and Harrison Ford. So yeah, my view on Indiana Jones is just kind of like I remember like Raiders of the Lost Ark just it like had the boulder thing, and then after that I got like really bored.
There's a lot of
like,
story. There's not a lot of action between that.
And it's just because I was watching them when I was young. So
yeah,
that's kind of why I feel that. That's my little spiel on Indiana Jones.
Yeah, I think the next time he goes like Indiana Jones mode is when he's in the bar after that. Like so, there's a lot of time between the action scenes.
Exactly.
I also like
they go
ending,
to the school for a while. I think
the ending of Last Crusade, where they just ride off into the sunset. Like that's the perfect ending. Like, why make another movie like 20 years later? Why make another movie 20 years after that?
I know.
Oh my god, bro.
Okay. Anyways, can you see my?
Yeah, I can see your screen. Yeah.
Okay, so this is where we're going to start to get a little bit into like the childish territory, depending on who you ask. But my third movie is Pacific Rim. And it's funnily enough, is this movie has so much CGI in it.
It does,
even though we literally just tore down CGI and those kind of effects and stuff like that. But I love this movie so much. I am a huge fan of like giant monsters and just like we said, like larger than life stuff. I loved like Godzilla when I was a little kid, and I love Transformers and like Gundams and things like that. So this movie, I mean, like I will tell you that it's really fucking good. Like a lot of people like to shit on this movie. Like I think that like one of the weak parts of it, unfortunately, is that they cast Charlie Hunnam as like the main guy, and he's not really like a detriment to the movie, but he's very like he kind of just fills the role fine.
Yeah, he's kind of bland.
Yeah, he's kind of bland. But everything else about it, like Idris Elba is really cool in it. The girl that plays Mako in it is really good, and like her character is really cool, like learning her backstory. The other Jaeger pilots that you learn about, and they're all from different like regions, and all the Jaegers have like different builds because they were made by like different countries and stuff. And then the kaijus are really, really designed cool.
The kaijus are the monsters they fight, right?
Yeah, the monsters that they fight. And they're designed in like a very cool and menacing way, and they all have their own different like unique look, and they have like different abilities, and you get some really, really cool action scenes in this movie. Like when there's like the first like kaiju event that spawns like the two kaijus where they have to fight, and they have the Gypsy Danger, which is like Charlie Hunnam's Jaeger. Him and Mako, like they have the fight with the big like frog guy that shoots like the electromagnetic pulse, and they have like a brawl with him, like an actual like fist fight where it's almost like a jujitsu battle, which is how they defeat him. and they like pump the entire clip into his chest to kill him. And then they go into the city, and that's where they're like carrying the giant boat, and they use it as a sword. Oh my god, dude, this movie just does so many like cool schlocky things that I just appeals to the little boy inside me. And it's Guillermo del Toro, and I feel like he really approached this with like a lot of care. And there's some other like great like funny characters in it, like Ron Perlman's in it, and he's really funny. He plays this like underground like black market like kaiju dealer, and Charlie Day is in it, who I really love from Always Sunny, and people always tell me I like sound like him, so I like him even a little bit more because of that, because I feel like he's normalizing the pitch of my voice. And I like his like scientist partner, you know, because like he's like the kaiju fanatic, and then he's got like this scientist partner who's like really straight laced and like by the books and everything like that, and they have like a cool dichotomy and dynamic between them. And this movie's just like a lot of fun. The beginning is a little like, because like it's narrated by Charlie Hunnam, and he does this kind of like serious tone, and they're doing kind of like the beginning world building, and like that can be like a little bit of a drag. And like even like the fight scene in the beginning with him and his brother, they're very like just generic kind of like action stars, like action heroes kind of. Not in a cool way, like Arnold Schwarzenegger from back in the day or anything, but kind of like how the guy is in the new Mortal Kombat movie, you know, where he just says like the generic like action lines. It has that kind of like, oh, we're here to like, we're gonna take down kaijus, you know, and it's like, it's a little bit cringy, but like once you kind of get past that part and you get to the part where they're like dealing with the imminent threat of the kaijus, which is probably like 25 minutes into the movie, it gets there pretty quick. It really takes off and like becomes this really enjoyable movie, and it just looks really good in my opinion, and I think it's a lot of fun. And you know, if there's going to be a movie that rounds out my top 3 that ultimately appeals to the childlike person that still lives inside of me, then this is that movie. So I love Pacific Rim.
Yeah, it's a.
I hope I sold
choice.
some people on it.
Yeah, you might have. This just in, we got banned from posting in r/movies.
You are fake news.
Yeah, I don't know why. I posted yesterday when we did the live stream, and then I just cross-posted today.
Oh,
I feel like
I was going to say,
wasn't
we probably
spamming it,
don't meet the criteria for r/movies.
We're talking about movies. I don't know what the...
I think that it's supposed to be more about like actual movies and like information regarding them and like discussion about them.
You are fake news.
There might be a subreddit that's like movie talk or something like that it would be like more appropriate to put our stuff in. But I think it's supposed to be more like mainstream stuff.
Okay. Well, you know what, man? It's like, it's kind of annoying that like Reddit markets themselves as like this, like be whoever you want to be, and there's a subreddit for everyone, but you have to follow these exact rules. And like,
you know, Reddit's kind of old now. I feel like a lot of
was everybody on 4chan now?
I mean, yeah, or the one that Trump made, Getter.
Yeah, they're all on Getter. Yeah, I'm gonna cross-post it to Getter and then share it on Parler, so that I can really get the audience going.
Okay, so I'm gonna look at your stream again, and you can show your third one now. I actually like, even though your whole list has flashed a few times, I actually haven't seen it. So like, the reveals are still a reveal to me.
Okay, that's good. They are to me too, because I forgot what I put on that.
Okay, yeah, and I'm the only one.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna try and pull it up here. Oh my god. I put a soundboard of Darude Sandstorm, but it's not ending. I don't know when it ends. Oh my, when is it gonna end? Okay, that's enough. Okay! Oh wow, now it's over.
One eternity later.
All right, what's number 3?
Okay, number 3. Empire Strikes Back. Oh, we're doing trilogies again.
Oh my god.
Got him, dude. It was all trilogies the whole time. So, rare cases where
You're
this.
allowed to qualify it.
Yeah, the second movie is better than the first movie. I think Empire Strikes Back is really great. I mean, so Star Wars was cool, but like looking back on it, that movie by itself is kind of dated. Like it feels like this like
A New Hope,
sci-fi
you mean?
fairy tale. Yeah, A New Hope.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's like this sci-fi
It
fairy
feels very
tale.
like self-contained as well.
Right, if it's like one story and kind of ends on a cliffhanger because it has Darth Vader making an escape. Like he doesn't die, but
Doesn't his TIE fighter get like flown into space and then
Yeah.
gets flung?
right, he's just like spinning around in space at the end of it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd say it's like a cliffhanger because I feel like it ends pretty definitively with them blowing up the Death Star and then getting
Yeah,
medals.
that was an end to the story. Yeah, I guess
you kind
the
of feel like, well, Darth Vader just didn't die, but it's not like I didn't feel like it really like alluded to anything. But
yeah. So the only thing about this movie, I thought the beginning is kind of slow. It takes a while for them to get to the Imperial Walkers part, and that is cool. But then he goes to Yoda, and it takes him a while to get trained by Yoda, but that's fine, you know. And then it's like super cool when he's learning about the Force, and meanwhile, Han Solo
Han and
and Leia and all the other guys are in the asteroid field, and they're running away from the Empire. Yeah. And so they're kind of split up. Our main cast is split up, and then
the A and B story is very cool. 'Cause
Yeah.
they both have different tones completely.
yeah, and it's Luke makes the decision to go back to try and save them, even though both Yoda and Obi-Wan tell him not to go because it's a trap, and then it was a trap. Meanwhile, Solo gets frozen in carbonite, which is iconic. I also like the score, especially in the movie from the part when they land on Bespin at Lando's palace. Throughout to the end of the movie, it's just really good score, and it almost never ends. It goes throughout, just like and they used to do this with old movies, but they would have like a live orchestra, or at least like a piano player, organ player that would play at the same time while the movie was playing. Yeah, or in a play where you have the orchestra play in front of the play. So yeah, it's like it's a really good score, a really good story. It ends in a cliffhanger, and our hero like gets challenged and he gets defeated, and I feel like we're missing that in today's movies. Like I feel like heroes don't get defeated that much, and it's it's not that I want to see people lose, it's that I want to see people learn. I want to see the characters like come back stronger.
Agree.
Yeah.
I honestly can't think of a lot of movies where that does happen, where the trilogy itself does tell like one story over 3 movies. And that's something that Star Wars definitely does. Like things have definitely become like, especially if you look at like the Marvel movies, like they're all very episodic.
Yeah.
They don't really tell. Maybe you could make an argument for some of them, like Iron Man. Like there's a little bit of a through line, more dealing with like Tony Stark, but there isn't this like world that gets built over 3 movies where the stakes kind of like grow each time. And the characters are like put in different challenges and stuff like that they have to overcome to ultimately like see things through at the very end.
Right.
So I agree. That is something that Star Wars does that now thinking about it seems pretty unique. And I would say is like definitely a feather in the hat of that trilogy.
And I would say the original Star Wars belongs in the list of like really great trilogies. I think they're all pretty good. Empire Strikes Back, I think, is the best one out of the 3.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I just really like the ending because I like to think of myself in that time having to wait 3 years to find out what happens to Han Solo. they go back for him? Do they succeed? And,
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it was really bad at the end of Avengers Infinity War when we were like, oh my god, we gotta wait for the next movie to come out.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, that was only 1 year in between them.
I know, yeah.
So.
That's cool.
Yeah. So, yeah, Empire Strikes Back. If you haven't watched it already, go watch that.
So I actually tried to list the order of the Star Wars movies for myself because it's just one of those like iconic trilogies. It's one that I kept off the list. Not that it would have made it wouldn't have made my top 10 list, but I was thinking like how would I even rank the original trilogy, and I don't know if I can. Like when I was younger, my favorite one was always Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, me too.
Because I just liked the Ewoks and shit like that because I was a stupid kid and like it's just like that's what they're fucking in the movie for, so they could sell toys and stupid kids like me, and that worked.
Well, there was a lot more action with like the Luke and using Jedi powers and the lightsaber. Like
yeah, for sure, and like fighting Vader and the Emperor and the Emperor at the end.
Right, and even in the beginning when he's on Jabba's sail barge, he's like fighting those guys. He's got the lightsaber, and then when he fights when they're in that speeder chase in the forest, that was really cool. Yeah, so when I was a kid, that was my favorite too.
I like the speeders and stuff too.
Yeah.
So, anyways, if you go to my screen and my document, this is like my opinion on Star Wars, and like I might have this unique opinion. I'm not exactly sure, but I feel like there's only the original trilogy. I hate the prequels. I hate all of them. I just don't like any of them at all. I actually feel like the prequels detract from the characters that I like from the original trilogy, and then the sequels are just garbage. Like I think kind of like everyone, I was excited for Force Awakens.
All right, I was,
and I was positive coming out of the movie, even though I knew it was basically a rehash of A New Hope. But I didn't realize like how much that lack of creativity like really hamstrung them. With what they could do going forward, and it didn't really because I didn't think of Star Wars that much because I was like I only really like the original trilogy. I hate the prequels, so I was like looking for them to like make me a new Star Wars fan. Like I'm gonna be one of the new people that like gets on board.
All right.
And so it didn't like grab me super hard in that way. I was really hoping that the second movie was going to be the one that like really got me deep into this franchise. But look now, like in retrospect, like looking back at Force Awakens, it's crazy like how much it just completely devalues the original trilogy. It's like 30 years in between Return of the Jedi and Force Awakens, and we're back to like
and we're doing the same shit. Like we're in the
Empire back
in
power,
and we're doing a Death Star, and the rebels are trying to blow up the Death Star.
Yeah, not only that, but they're like a minority faction, and they're like, the underdog. Like nothing. Like what happened between those two movies, where they lost all the ground that they gained and stuff like that, and yeah, just like what they did to Star Wars is like really unforgivable. The fact that they like didn't sit down and write the 3 movies out like all together and figure out like where they were going to take this, and they really just kind of shot from the hip with this shit. And they got like J.J. Abrams isn't really like a hack, but like kind of in this scenario he kind of is. They were just like, we just need some fucking guy that like knows the material like well enough and can kind of like write something that most people that have their face in a bucket of popcorn are going to find compelling. And like he's like, oh yeah, I'm just going to do like A New Hope with some like different characters, and it's like, oh man. And like another thing about it, I was like listening to this guy give commentary about the new trilogy, and he was just like, it's a crime that we didn't get one scene with Han, Luke, and Leia like on screen all at the together, same time. Yeah, and like you'll never be able to do that again because Carrie Fisher's dead, and it's like, wow, what a squandered and wasted opportunity. So, anyways, I really that is really unfortunate that it panned out the way. But yeah, that's kind of my view on Star Wars. It just never got its hooks in me as like a little kid. I like the 3 movies. I don't like hate them or anything like that, but I don't have like a super
How
strong.
old were you? You were like 10 when
Oh, I was
Phantom
probably
Menace
like
came
between
out?
the ages of like 5 and 10 when I saw the original trilogy, and
Right, but
then
when
the
Phantom Menace
prequels
came out,
I was 10 going on 11 probably.
yeah, I mean, I remember
Because
just
it came
not
out in
liking that when
99,
I was
right?
a kid. Yeah, it came out in 99.
Yeah, so I was 10.
Like
And
the only
yeah, my
part I liked
family,
about that movie was the lightsaber fight at the end, and it takes a really long time to get to it. So
it does. Yeah, like my family, we went and saw all of them. I think when they came, we saw each of them when they came out, except
yeah,
for the last one. We saw Clone Wars and we saw Phantom Menace together. But I think by the time that Clone Wars came out, or not Clone Wars, sorry, Revenge of the Sith,
yeah, Revenge of the Sith.
I was in my junior year of high school, and I remember me and my friend ditched school for a day to go watch it.
All right.
So by that point, we had kind of grown out of my parents and us all going to see like Star Wars. Woo! It was like a big family thing, at the time, and we all liked it. It was like, it's like I get where kind of like the general audience trope comes from. It's like, yeah, if you're just going to a movie and it's like tame enough that like you can take your kids, like nothing you have to explain to them on the car right after, and there's like enough like kind of dumb shit that happens that keeps them happy.
All right.
It's a really good way to like shut your kids up for 2 fucking hours and be in an air conditioned room while you're doing it. So anyways, let me shrink that so I can go to the top again.
Well, yeah, I think there's a lot of people that like the prequels now. I feel like there's a nostalgic factor to it.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm really like you said. There's some cool things like the fight with Darth Maul is very cool.
Right. I think all the lightsaber fights in that were pretty cool. I mean,
yeah, there's
I would
just
say
so little else going on in
Right.
all of them, I feel like. And like I said, I really find the explanation that they give for Anakin's transformation into Darth Vader to be insanely underwhelming and lackluster. And I think that if they could choose to write it
Except
a
for
different
Darth
way,
Vader?
that they would. Yeah, I just don't find that to be compelling. Like, I don't think that Palpatine did very much in the grand scheme of things to corrupt Anakin. And I think Anakin's motivation of like wanting to save Padme, who wasn't in any danger, he like had a dream, and then that put him on the path to the dark side. It just like it's pretty lame.
Yeah.
Like, there's like way more compelling ways to like create villains that have like, because like that's the thing too, is you can't really sympathize with Anakin at all. Like, that's kind of like something that makes a good villain, in my opinion, is that like you can kind of see from like their kind of twisted point of view, like why they justify the things that they do.
Mhm.
But like Anakin doesn't have that. He like has a dream about about Padme dying. She's not in danger at all. He like arguably kills her by choking her or whatever at the end. And it's just not good. I really hate it. So,
Yeah.
like, honestly, whenever I think about Star Wars, I only think about the first 3. It's kind of like the Batman trilogy. It's like I just don't think that they ever made prequels or sequels.
Yeah.
I'm just in my mind, it's like there's 3 movies. There's 4, 5, and 6, and we'll never know what happened in 1, 2, 3, or whatever comes after. And I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah.
So that's how I view it.
I mean,
Okay,
I
I think I
don't
know.
feel like watching the original trilogies, any more rewarding knowing what happens in
Yeah.
the prequels.
Yeah, I would say that as well. It's all pretty bland
Yeah.
as well. Okay, so this might be one of the movies that like I wouldn't be surprised if I see later on your list.
Oh boy.
I think this is like a total classic. I think that this is like pretty hard to miss. I wouldn't be surprised if anyone like listening to this has not seen this, or I would be surprised if they hadn't seen it. But I wouldn't be surprised if they have. And that, to build it up, is going to be Terminator 2. I
considered putting that on my list. It's not on my list, spoiler alert, but
man,
it's really good. Yeah, I mean,
I'm pretty surprised.
I'm
Yeah,
there with you.
I think this movie is actually amazing. Like, this is one of those movies that like it gets a lot of praise for like holding up to like today's standards, and that's absolutely true. Like, you can watch it and it looks so good.
Yeah.
like the biggest special effect that they really had to like pay for was like the liquid T-1000 and like
Right.
him kind of like forming into different shapes. And I don't know, I guess like the technology was just like good enough at the time to like make that shit look convincing, but like it looks fucking good. It still looks good. It looks generally amazing. And I love this story. I think the idea, I mean, like, you know, there are, I've heard people describe, there are like plot holes or like contrivances about like, oh, the robots can only send like one thing back into the future or back into the past and all this stuff. But like, if you don't dwell on that kind of shit and you just do take it at face value that like for whatever reasons the humans
You're
can send
talking
one person.
about the sending people in the past and shit.
Yeah, because like they only send one, right? It's like, why don't they send an army to kill John Connor?
Right, and they also say that like you can't send like you have to send a living thing, only like biological material, but like the Terminator is not a living thing; it's a robot, right? So how do they send that through the machine?
So I don't know if like the robot's time travel has like different, you know, like maybe the computers are like
No,
smart enough. that
because
they figure
John
out-
Connor sent the other Terminator back in the second one. That
Oh,
was the
shit,
humans
yeah.
using it.
Yeah, so
The thing
you
I'm
know,
most confused about with the time travel thing is like, why do they gotta be naked all the time?
because you just said they can't. You have to send living stuff. so
Yeah,
you
but
can't send
apparently that's not the case because they're sending a full robot endoskeleton out there. So I think that the thing is that the guy that runs the machine is just a pervert, and he's like,
he's just making him straight.
yeah, and he's like, yeah, you gotta be naked for this. And I'm like, what? You have to? No, yeah, it's only a biological material and shit. They're like, well, what about the? Yeah, don't worry about it. Just take all your clothes off and say we don't want like any variables in the machine. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Why are you taking your clothes off to operate the machine? That's what
He's like, well, you can't have only biological.
Yeah, biological material.
So if you disregard that, like whatever happens in the future, I suppose that like gets the Terminators there. Once you get to like the actual plot, like everything is very sound. And then it just becomes like a great action movie with like really cool characters. And this is again like another. We always find it weird why they're struggling so hard nowadays to like make compelling, strong female characters when there are characters like Sarah Connor from past movies. But she's great in this. Linda Hamilton's like acting in it and reprisal of the role is like fantastic, and like the character development over time. Her story is really compelling. I like Anthony Furlong as
Edward Furlong.
John Connor, even though he completely disappears after that, but like he's fine in the movie.
Yeah.
And like Arnold Schwarzenegger is great in like the brief moments that he actually does like talk and act. And it's just like a solid fucking action movie. It has like a great car chase scene in the very beginning, and then the end movie when they're in like the Skynet labs and they're like destroying the chips and stuff like that, and the helicopter shooting, and Arnold Schwarzenegger's like standing in the tear gas and like shooting out into the window, and he's like making sure he's like not killing people and stuff like that. Yeah, there's just like a lot of cool things, and then the fight at the end in the factory. With the T-1000 like changing into like Sarah to try and like trick John, and like all the things that happen. I love the iconic shot of like him getting shot in the chest with the grenade launcher and like the big or the shotgun and like the big shell blast like in his chest, and he starts to get all blown apart at the end, and he's like walking and it's all crazy and like kind of like Cronenberg-y.
Yeah.
This movie's just super fucking cool. I could watch this movie a million times and like never get tired of it.
Yeah, and I also like the relationship. Like it's like a stepson relationship between the T-100, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Edward Furlong.
Yeah, and
John
their relationship is really satisfying. Like him, like slowly getting through to the Terminator, and it like, and Sarah from a distance, like coming to her own acceptance of him and seeing how, you know, even though it's a machine, it can like fulfill this kind of like role and stuff like that in his life. And it's just a really cool movie, man. And like James Cameron, God bless that man for making this
Yeah,
movie
absolutely.
and making a lot of other cool movies as well. But like, I specifically really love Terminator. To qualify this one outside of the trilogy rule, really in my mind, again, there's only Terminator 1 and 2. 3 is really bad. Like everything after 2 is really bad.
Yeah.
3 is like you can stomach it. I remember
Yeah.
kind of liking it
Yeah.
when I saw
There
it
was,
when I was younger.
I like the ending that they realize that they can't stop Judgment Day, so they just have to stay safe and fight the robots later. I thought that was
Yeah,
pretty
it's just
good.
that everything that kind of gets to it to that
Yeah,
point
everything that
is like
leads up
not
to it is
great, and it's
not
like I
good.
wish you just didn't make this.
Yeah, but the girl robot in that movie can like make her boobs bigger on command, so you know
Yeah, she gets like
it's worth
smashed by a toilet
worth
at one
watching.
point, doesn't she?
Probably. I
I feel
mean,
like there was a fight in a bathroom.
they
with, like,
did in the
Arnold
reviews.
Schwarzenegger.
They all got smashed by a toilet in the reviews.
So yeah, I again, I only view this as like there's 1 and 2, and 1 is a very good film, but it's just like 2 just kind of does like what Dark Knight did for like Batman Begins. It just like takes the concept to like a completely new level and adds like way more on top of it than you thought was really like possible.
Yeah.
And you just get like a really great like solid action movie. It's classic Arnold Schwarzenegger, and just shouldering and shooting big guns and stuff like that, and it's just great. I really love this movie. So
Well, yeah. So check out Terminator 2.
yeah,
And I
you're
guess
up.
we'll go to mine. All right, to make this not full screen. Here we go. Okay, number 4, Pulp Fiction. Pulp Fiction is my number 4 pick.
Nice.
That's a really great movie, and it's all over the place. Again, another movie that really rewards you upon rewatching it. Because
Okay, so before you get really really too far, Pulp Fiction's my number 5.
Oh, okay.
So after you're done talking about Pulp Fiction, you can go into your next one. But yeah, I mean, like, this movie's amazing. This is one of my favorite movies ever.
Yeah,
So
it's so good, and like I mean, the way that the way that Quentin Tarantino like plays with storylines, like the way he messes with timelines in the movie is like really unique to his style, and I feel like he doesn't do that much anymore. Like the past few movies that he's come out with have been really linear, and
I don't mind that, to be honest. I feel like it works really well in this movie, and I'm kind of glad that he didn't make it kind of like his shtick. I think it would be like it for whatever reason, it works phenomenally well in this movie. I don't know if you could put it in like a bunch of other ones.
I mean, he did it in Reservoir Dogs, which I like also, and I think it worked well in that one. And he did it in Jackie
true.
Brown. What came after that? Kill Bill's not really linear. Neither of those movies are.
Kill Bill's pretty linear, isn't it?
In the same way that Reservoir Dogs is that
Well,
you start
like-
in the middle of a story and then the build-up is told through flashbacks.
Well, I mean, like, Pulp Fiction like jumps around in like a pretty unique way. I feel like in some of the other movies, he does kind of more of like a traditional, like, starting in one spot and then like flashing back and then carrying you forward from the spot that you started in. Whereas you can literally like, you can mix.
You can watch
the
this
scene-
movie backwards and it would still make as much sense as it does when you watch it forwards.
Pulp Fiction is organized in like a really particular way where, I would say that like the other movies, maybe you like start at 2 and then you go back to 1 and then you go to 3 and then 4 and it kind of goes linear from there, where Pulp Fiction is kind of like scene 2 and then scene 4 and then scene 5 and then 1 and then 3 and then
the beginning of the movie turns out to be the end of the movie, right?
Yeah, true.
They're in the diner.
I wasn't saying those numbers like literally. I was just trying to give like a disorganized array of numbers so that you kind of get what I'm saying. But I don't think that the time jump is what necessarily like makes the movie good. It's just like this unique element to it that works well for whatever reason.
Yeah, yeah,
the,
definitely.
the strengths of the movie are definitely like the character and the actors that play them, and the different stories that they get into, and how those like vaguely intertwine.
Yeah, pretty much, and it's a really satisfying payoffs at the end. Classic, classic death scenes, and then I would say like the crazy climax when Butch gets like in the car accident and he runs into the pawn shop, and then dude, that was so crazy.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite story in it.
Yeah.
Is like the one with Bruce Willis, and all the way through the whole pawn shop thing, and him and Marcellus Wallace like coming to this like tepid compromise.
Right, where he just gets out of town.
Like, about how they're gonna settle like their beef.
Yeah.
God, and I love when he rides off with the French girl, and he's like, "Zed's dead, baby.
Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead."
Oh my God! And then and then it goes into the where they blow the guy's head off in the car, and then they gotta go to Quentin Tarantino's house and like wash off and stuff like that. And like that's just like such a great like next story to get into and start like concluding and stuff like that. And all the whole movie has like such a flow state to it.
Yeah.
Where it flows like so perfectly together, even
so
though
naturally,
even though it's not unfolding linearly, like the way that it's constructed is so satisfying, and you can just like start that movie, and then before you know it, like you're at the end of it, and you're just like, oh my God, like everything about that was great.
Yeah, I mean, I think I didn't even realize that it wasn't going linearly until Butch goes back to get his watch, and then he kills.
Yeah, I was gonna say when
kills
Vega
Vincent
dies.
Vega. Yeah.
Yeah,
and you're
that's
like,
when
what
you
the
kind
fuck?
of realize, like, oh,
yeah,
this is like all topsy turvy.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, I mean, Pulp Fiction is, if you haven't watched any Tarantino movies, I would say watch Pulp Fiction. Either watch Pulp Fiction or watch Kill Bill, because he has like two distinct styles, and they're like one distinct style. He has like these like drug movies, like Pulp Fiction. He has like these really violent action movies, or like revenge movies.
Yeah,
because I would say Inglourious Bastards, Kill Bill, Django Unchained.
Django.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say like, it's almost hard to make a top 10 list that doesn't have like all 8 of Tarantino's movies on it.
Right.
I think he's at 9 now.
He's at 9. Yeah.
Like his movies are so satisfying. But I think like whenever you have this discussion, like it always comes back to Pulp Fiction. Like that's the thing that like
absolutely
really makes you a huge fan of like what Tarantino does, and like how he visualizes scenes, and the way that he like writes dialogue.
Yeah.
And like even
his
when
dialogue
he writes
is
dialogue,
really special, yeah.
Yeah, and even when he writes dialogue that has nothing to do with the story, like you're enjoying the characters talking so much.
Right. So there's a lot of dialogue that's like about meaningless shit, but you're still like
in Pulp Fiction
invested.
When John Travolta's like buying heroin, and the guy's like he's like talking about his car getting keyed.
Yeah.
And just shit like that, and him and the drug dealer are like just talking about like nonsense stuff, and it doesn't lend itself to the movie in any like meaningful way, other than to just kind of inform you like, you know, they're just shooting the shit and like just killing time like while they're weighing out drugs and stuff like that. But it's really compelling, and you're really like interested in oh man, look at this guy. This guy's so unique, and like he's a guy with like long hair, and he's in like a bathrobe, and he's bringing out drugs and shit like so casually, and they're talking about like, you know, nonsense stuff, and like John Travolta's like got this big wad of money, and like it's just like so many like little things that are happening that are interesting that you don't even care that like this scene is gonna matter in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just a really unique talent of his to be able to have those like little moments that are inconsequential, so like fleshed out and so vivid and interesting, and the characters just they fill those minutes so well. And yeah, there's so many movies. Like it was hard to like not make my honorable mentions list just like a giant list of like all the Tarantino movies that I didn't put in my top 10.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
I think the only Tarantino movie that I'm not like a huge fan of, oh well, maybe there's like two, is like I could take or leave like Jackie Brown, and honestly, I could take or leave Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah, I would say that about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood because I've only watched that maybe once or twice.
Yeah, I've only seen it the one time.
And it's just a really long slog to get to the end that doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of pays it off. Like, it's enjoyable to watch the ending scene where they kill all the murderers, but.
And there's a few good scenes with like Leonardo DiCaprio being an actor.
Yeah. Yeah, that whole part when he's doing the Western, that was really good.
Yeah, and he's like screwing up the lines.
Yeah.
But other than that, I feel like that's like actually one of the stories that is like he's done that is like not that interesting. And so even though like some of the character moments and scenes are pretty good, like overall it just feels like I don't know if that was worth sitting all the way through to like
3 hours,
all of it.
yeah.
It's pretty long. And yeah, I think I've only seen Jackie Brown once. And I remember just being like, I watched it so I could say like I saw all the Tarantino movies.
Yeah.
I guess I'd have to. I haven't seen it in a long time. I probably haven't seen it in like over 10 years. So probably rewatch it now. I might appreciate it more. But I remember at the time that I saw it, I was just like, yeah, that's it's like, well, we got that one checked off the list.
Yeah. I like Jackie Brown because I mean Michael Keaton's really funny in that he's really good in everything, and Pam Grier is like the main actor. So like early on, he gave like major starring roles to like women and stuff. So yeah, I think it's weird that people say that he like hates women because like a lot of his movies are like women centric.
Oh yeah, I would agree.
But yeah, so Pulp Fiction, yeah, one of my favorites, definitely.
Okay. Well, like I said, that rounds out my top 5.
That's your top 5? Okay.
Yeah, that rounds out my top 5 after Terminator. So, go.
Okay.
Did you hit some kind of thing?
Yeah.
I can't hear the soundboard stuff.
I know. I gotta figure that out.
I'm just trusting that anything that Chris puts in is like timed well and appropriate.
Still figuring it out. Okay. Number 5 is Avengers Endgame. Yeah, I mean, we talked about like Marvel movies being on here or not being on here or whatever, but I felt like it really needed to be included as apart from the rest of them because it gave me everything that I wanted to see. Like, up to that point, yeah. So up to that point, my favorite Marvel movie was Captain America: Civil War.
Yeah.
So it's like a big team up movie, and that was way cool.
Yeah.
And then
It's
Avengers: Infinity War was so cool. It was so fucking cool, bro. And
yeah, I agree.
And so Endgame just came back and did everything but like more and better, and it was so enjoyable to watch and so satisfying as a conclusion to that saga, in a way that we've been really disappointed with a lot of sagas in the past 10 years. So it was just refreshing to see something that actually like pays off and is rewarding.
So I want to ask you, because this is also something that I told you in Discord before we did all this, is that like I consider, and especially like on my Marvel top 5 list, like I consider Infinity War and Endgame one movie.
Oh right, yeah.
I think it's like, and I personally I like Infinity War better. So I find that it's a hard distinction to make. I just think that like Infinity War has some more cool stuff because like Endgame has like a little bit of a slow build up, and all the stuff that they do is like really fun once you get into the middle and they're doing like all the time travel stuff, and then the ending is obviously like everything that we wanted to see, like building up to all of this.
Yeah.
But if you had like it, what movie do I love watching from beginning to end the most between the two is definitely Infinity War. So I'm wondering, like, would you consider them also like between the two is Endgame the one that comes out more for you, or is it like very even, or what is the deal here? Did you just put Endgame because it's the last one? Do you
I
also have
just
Infinity War on your list somewhere?
I don't have Infinity War on my list. I
Okay.
just think it was the feelings that I got when I was in the theater watching this movie. But when you put it in that way, like I have to sit down and watch beginning to end, I guess I would rather watch Infinity War because Endgame is really long, and it has this like long scene at the end where it's like a funeral for Tony Stark and everything, and it's kind of a downer, and I don't feel like always watching that.
Yeah.
But overall, like the time heist was awesome. Ant-Man coming back was cool, and him figuring the whole thing out, as well as like Tony Stark figuring it out. Them going to like get the Soul Stone and collect the Infinity Stones, and they're going back through the moments of the Marvel movies we liked, as well as other Marvel movie moments, like when they go to Thor: The Dark World. And I was like, I don't even remember this. Did this happen before? But it was Thor: Dark World.
Yeah.
Like that's why I don't remember, because this was fucking awful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Um.
Yeah. So it's hard for me to say like which one I like better objectively at the end of the day. It just depends on how I feel at any given time.
So I really love Thanos as a character, and that's why I like Infinity War so much, is because it's the Thanos movie. Like I think that you can make a strong argument that Thanos is the main character of Infinity War. And he's just so good in it, and Josh Brolin just does such a good job with the character, and I just love his presence and like everything that he says. He's so like calculated and threatening and so powerful, and it's great to finally have like a Marvel villain that you're actually like afraid of and you respect, and you actually get worried when the other characters are in the same scene with him.
Right, and yeah, it's like when you want to see like these characters and say, "Oh my, like how are they gonna beat this?"
Yeah,
guy,
how are they gonna do this?
Yeah,
and you get that in spades with Thanos. And there's some great fights, like the scene where the henchmen kind of come to New York and fight Iron Man and Doctor Strange in the beginning, and they all kind of get. It's kind of like a stalemate with how that whole thing ends. Like they don't actually beat the big guy, right? They send him through a portal. The Squidward guy ends up stealing Doctor Strange, and then they have to like stow away on his ship. The other two end up like fighting in Wakanda or whatever. And then all of this is going on. You're seeing like what Thanos is doing to like get the other stones. And then that all culminates on Titan, where they fight him, and that scene is like really great. There is kind of like a big plot contrivance with like how powerful the Reality Stone is. Like when he shows that like he can just turn like Drax to like blocks, and he can turn Manus into tape.
Yeah,
it's like, why doesn't he just use the Reality Stone for? Yeah, I like to think that Thanos likes a challenge, and that he doesn't just want to. There is like, I think that like I like to tell myself that like he is so determined. That he's the only one capable of doing this great thing, and that he constantly like checks himself by taking on the challenges that others present to him.
Yeah.
Like that's why he fights everyone on Titan without really abusing the Reality Stone. Is like, well, if I don't use the stone, that just basically wins the game, and I beat them, then like I am the one that was then I am the one that was destined to do this. So that's how I kind of like to retcon that in my head, even though the movie doesn't explain it. And just all of that is so good. And, Thor getting Stormbreaker and then like showing up at Wakanda at the end and just like hauling ass and killing everyone. And like he has a great,
was fucking cool.
Yeah, and then separating him off to be like part of the Guardians of the Galaxy, and like him going with Rocket and Groot, and like that's all really fun. And and then just the ending like is just so cool to like see the villain win in a satisfying way. And to just have to like sit there with those consequences. That's like a feeling that like most movies don't give you. 'Cause, like when that happened and then the movie just ended,
It just ended, yeah.
it like shows him on the farm and then it just fucking ends and you're just like, what?
Yeah.
Like I'm not a person that like looks at my watch in the movie, but like I was expecting like if I did, like there was gonna be like another 30 minutes left for them to like kind of get that going. And then
I don't
like,
even
the
think
movie
there's an ending, like an after credit scene in that movie.
I don't think there is. Right?
Yeah, I don't think, because we were all waiting for it and we're like, oh
Yeah.
my god, that's it?
Yeah, and then I think it just says like Thanos will return in Avengers Endgame or something.
Yeah.
Like that. And yeah, I really love that. And then like Endgame comes back and like we get a really great story. But like I just think like I love Thanos. I like we waited so long to get him on screen, and I remember like when we got the glimpse of him in the very first Avengers movie, and I didn't know anything about him, and like at the time I was hanging out with this guy that was like a huge Marvel comic book nerd, and he was like, "Oh my god, Thanos," and like wouldn't shut up about him, and like really gave me like high expectations of like who Thanos is in the Marvel universe and like what his power level is. And he looked really goofy at the time. Like they didn't really have his model.
Look great. He looked like he was made out of Play-Doh.
Yeah, and so I always knew, like in the back of my mind, like we're gonna get Thanos. We're gonna get Thanos. Like this is that thing that they're like building up to. And like not only did they like give us Thanos, but like the culmination of like all the Infinity Stones that were getting sprinkled throughout the movies, and then those all became relevant, and we got to see them all do different things and get used by him. And it was just like, fuck, man. Like it's been a long time since I've gotten a movie that, and like like more than one movie that is as satisfying as I feel like the Lord of the Rings movies are when you watch them.
Yeah.
This movie like really hit all those expectations that I was having and also like exceeded them. And you know, I've told you this before, but like I can literally just watch Infinity War and Endgame and I never have to watch like another Marvel movie again. Like I honestly feel like those two movies like
they check all the boxes.
Yeah, they just so well bring everything from all the movies that preceded it into this one, and like everyone gets like a good like character moment or payoff or something that like harkens back to the other movies, and it just feels really strong. And God, I just like these movies are they're not perfect by any means, but like god damn, I feel so lucky that we got to like experience this this phenomenon of like Marvel like starting this giant chain of movies, 20 movies long, and then you get to this end point and it was so good.
Yeah. It was really satisfying.
Yeah. So damn. Yeah, I didn't have this movie on my list because, like I said in the beginning, like I feel like it violates kind of like the trilogy in the Marvel rule, and like and that's, as you can see by my top 5, like they're kind of like less obvious choices, maybe you could say. Which is why I kind of set that rule so that you know, I wanted us to be able to give people like movie recommendations that like maybe they haven't seen. So I feel like a lot of people, like if they're gonna go on like some kind of like pop culture binge, they're gonna see like the Dark Knight trilogy and the Star Wars trilogy, and like maybe not Indiana Jones so much anymore. I imagine that like a lot of people don't like stop back and like visit that one.
Yeah, probably not.
But like of course they're gonna see like Endgame and stuff like that. But yeah, so that is like if we're going back to my screen or whatever, we can go back and like look at that's the end of my top 5.
Okay, yeah. Gone through 5. That's 10 movies total.
Yeah. Well, 9 technically.
Yeah, that's true. One did overlap. How about that?
Okay, and the you know, even though I said like some of these might not be obvious, like I think that they don't fall too far out of the purview of like men that are our age and that like really like movies and have these kind of like subscribe to more like action and sci-fi oriented stuff. As you can see, like all of the movies on my list are either action or sci-fi until you get to Pulp Fiction, which is more of like, I don't know, same kind of vein where it's like violent and yeah. I want to say that there's some decent deviation, kind of like from that. Once we get into my rounding out top 5, rounding out top 10. Sorry, I tried to be a little bit more. These are movies that I really like, that I feel do unique things, and are movies that you would kind of have to like go out of your way to find.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say go out of your way in my case, but I definitely don't have any comic book movies. Well, I do have one, but it's not what you'd expect, and probably
Okay.
not one that you like.
The
so
Tick.
it's the Tick. Yeah, it's the Tick too. The Mite.
Oh, nice.
And, yeah, the bed bug.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta go do something. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm also gonna just step out and use the restroom.
Wait, were you silent that whole time? Okay, well, I'll take a minute to talk about our sponsors. This video is sponsored by this.
Hold on, I went to the bathroom. So
Oh yeah, I did too.
Whatever you just
But
said.
this video is sponsored by this pack of hand sanitizer I've had on my desk for a while.
Oh, cool.
It's this is the best hand sanitizer that money can buy. Folks, the coronavirus is ravaging through our country at a rate hitherto unprecedented. It's killing millions of people per hour. And so the one thing you can do to defend yourself is use Lucky Super Soft Hand Sanitizer Advanced Formula. Instant vitamin E, kills germs without water. So, guys, use a promo code gallon of chicken. Go to www.gallonofchicken.sanitizer.
.gov.
And get yourself some hand sanitizer. Okay, so what's number 6? Is it your turn or my turn? It's your turn.
Mine.
Yeah, it's your turn. Number 6.
Here
it is.
Let me hold on.
Hold on a second. Can I just say this for a moment? Because we watched Loki yesterday, and so in Avengers: Infinity War, I didn't think that Thanos would get all 5 stones in one movie. I thought he was going to get like 3 or 4, and really try to get the last one in the last movie. But he got them all, and then he snapped away half the universe, and the TVA did nothing to stop him.
Wow.
It was destined to happen, right? Because the Avengers were going to rewrite it.
Yeah, that's just really stupid. Because then it's like there's no point to anything. We've said a million times. Like, once you say that everything is predetermined, then why does anybody do anything? Because all the choices are made already.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, oops. Loki is not good.
Yeah, it's absolutely not good. Yeah.
It doesn't pay any respect to the things that came before it. So, I'm kind of in the same way where, like, in my head canon, things kind of stop after Endgame for me.
Yeah.
They haven't really been good enough to really like stick. Far From Home's like not my favorite Spider-Man movie. I like Homecoming better. I haven't watched Far From Home again since I saw it in the theaters. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure if I saw it again, I would.
Far From Home's the second one, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I'm talking about the second one.
Okay,
there's just a lot of things about it that crowd out the things that I like.
Right.
really
So I
don't
like the Mysterio stuff, but I really didn't
Yeah.
like any of the high
the
school
high school
stuff.
field trip shit.
Yeah.
It's
And
just
I
really
also
boring.
am tired of like the villain being a villain because of something that another hero did to them earlier. You know, like they did this retcon where he's like, oh, I used to work for Tony Stark. And
Yeah, he used to work for Tony Stark.
Tony Stark was an asshole, and now I'm an asshole.
Yeah.
And like they did it in Black Widow. It's like Black Widow blew up that little girl, and she grew up to be the Daft Punk. And
Yeah, Daft Punk.
I didn't even know. Like I don't know who the Taskmaster is. I don't read those comics, but like that shit was just not cool, man. Like I just not like oh not cool, man. Like it just wasn't. It just wasn't fucking cool.
It's
Like,
not
it was
rape
not
cool,
interesting.
but it was just not.
Yeah, exactly. Like not like come on,
It was like
dude.
figure skating.
Yeah.
Not cool.
Right. So, yeah, there's nothing cool about it. But yeah, so yeah, we did a whole thing about Black Widow. Check that out on the channel.
Yeah.
Like and subscribe. Join our Patreon to become a premium member and get our content at the same time as free members get it. Be sure and check out our vlog, which is on it's on Getter. We have a vlog on Getter.
All right. So speaking of Mysterio,
Number 6, Mysterio.
yeah, my number 6 is Nightcrawler.
Oh man, I love Nightcrawler.
Yeah, with Jake.
Yeah,
Gyllenhaal.
that's a great movie.
God, this movie is really cool.
Yeah.
So Nightcrawler is about a guy who it can probably be argued that he's a sociopath, and
Yeah, I would say
he's
that.
just like he's kind of a drifter, not like a homeless person, not like a poor drifter, but he's kind of like a social engineer where he like kind of takes advantage of people to kind of like get things that he wants, and he kind of just lives through life that way. And I think in the beginning of the movie they show that he kind of like does stuff for like construction sites so he can like get access to the sites and like steal stuff, but he ends up finding an interest in filming breaking news and selling it to news stations. So the movie takes place in Los Angeles, I believe, and he starts getting camera equipment and filming like news stories that deal with like car accidents and things where people get hurt, because the whole idea is like if it bleeds, it leads, and the news stations will pay a lot of money for footage of people that like get hurt and have been the victim of some kind of like attack or circumstance or something like that.
Yeah, to give you a sense of what kind of guy Lou Bloom is in this movie.
Yeah, Lou Bloom.
He, so to get a camera, he steals a bike on Venice Beach and takes it to a pawn shop and trades it for a camera.
Yeah,
so that he can
and he
start
lies to
filming.
the guy that he used to be like a professional bike runner, and that I think he says he like placed like in the top 5 or something like that in some kind of like bike tour with this, and and he that's like part of the backstory, like that he convinces the guy to like give him extra money for it and stuff. And yeah, so he just does like a lot of social engineering. He's really like he loves like taking risk, and he's like manipulative, and he's a little bit like he's very like calculated and calm, but he knows how to like get in people's heads and like manipulate them emotionally and kind of get his way. And it's very entertaining to watch, because like he's the kind of guy like if you're as you're watching him, you're like, God, if only I didn't have a conscience, I would do all this. Like you admire him like the entire time you're watching it. It's kind of like American Psycho, but he's like not as unhinged. He's a little bit more like because I feel like in American Psycho the guy is kind of like rich white boy kid.
He's
it
a yuppie.
feels like one of
yeah,
he's a yuppie. Where in this, Lou Bloom is more proactive, and it has to kind of like get and do things for himself. But even they show like when they show his like apartment, he has like he's like split the internet cable outside, and he's like cut it with a splitter and like has it split going into his room. So he's like stealing internet and stuff. And it's like
All
little
right,
things like
yeah.
that. Yeah. It's like little things like that that really inform you. Like this guy is just like living life like the way that he wants. He gets away with like as much shit as possible. And anyways, the story is like really cool about how he starts orchestrating events that become newsworthy. So
Right,
like,
because he has to start
orchestrates,
causing this crazy shit. to
yeah,
happen
so he can like
film it.
fund his
Yeah.
own like he can like generate his own income. So he starts like learning about like little like crimes and things like that, and how he can like influence events so that they turn out a certain way so that he can get them on film and then send them to the news station. And it's just a really cool movie. It's not very long from what I remember. I want to say it's between like the 90-minute and like 2-hour mark, and probably like closer to the the 90-minute mark if either on those two sides. It's like very self-contained. It's very simple, but it's really satisfying, and it's a great like character movie, and it just has some really cool moments in it, some great like unexpected twists and turns. And I don't remember why I checked this movie out, but it like really made me a huge fan of Jake Gyllenhaal. I think he's great in it.
Yeah, I agree.
And
Got me to go see Velvet Buzzsaw, which is
a very
pretty-
bad movie.
Yeah, it's
Um,
not. Yeah, it is bad.
It is bad.
Yeah,
But yeah, this is a huge favorite of mine. This is another movie that I love turning this movie on and just watching it. It's really cool, and yeah, I highly recommend it. It's very like gritty and like kind of has a little bit of a noir feel to it. Maybe that's not the right word, but like.
it does. It does have a noir feel to it. Yeah.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm not using that totally inappropriately.
Yeah, in the
but
same
yeah.
way that Drive does, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's very kind of like that kind of style, and it just like it's like low to the ground and just really cool. So I highly recommend Nightcrawler.
Yeah. Okay, we're doing my list again. We're doing my number 6.
Yep.
This one's gonna be
See what
hard
you
to
got.
swallow. Oops.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Is it choke?
Yeah, no. I changed the font of my of this thing, so let's see how this looks. How about that? You like that? Yeah, you like that?
The font looks the same.
It's different. Okay, now it's super different. Now it's like, yeah, it doesn't look fucking the same. Okay.
I thought you changed it to like Papyrus or something.
I don't have Papyrus. This is Google Docs.
Oh.
Was it? Okay, here we go. Where are we at? Number 6. 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Wow.
Yeah, I really like this movie, and I had to put a Kubrick movie on here, and it was between this and Clockwork Orange. I feel like this one's easier to watch. Clockwork Orange is really violent and gritty, and it's like hard to see someone do that to other people, even though you know it's a movie. But yeah, 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's like it's pretty slow, but it's not boring. Like if you're into visual stuff, if you like looking at paintings, if you like staring at a painting for like 20 minutes to really see like the brush strokes of it, then I think you'll enjoy 2001: A Space Odyssey, because it's like sci-fi and it's super fleshed out, and it's kind of cool to see like they're talking to each other in like screens, almost like the way we do like video calls now. So that's pretty futuristic. They're eating astronaut food out of like a TV dinner tray. They're in a space station, and like everything looks like it's really similar to what it looks like now, but the aesthetic is like this. I forgot what the word is for that kind of aesthetic, but I think they call it like nuclear future or something like that. It's like what they thought the future would look like in the 60s.
Okay.
Yeah, so I really like the aesthetic of the movie. And then the underlying story, it like takes a while to get to it, but basically they find a monolith. The first scene in the movie is like prehistoric man. It's like the monkey people,
Yeah.
and they're all like fucking. They're stupid ass monkeys, right? And then,
Yeah.
and then
They
like
see
this,
the monolith.
yeah, the monolith appears.
They learn how to use like weapons.
Right, they start using tools. Well, the first thing they do is use a tool to like kill an animal so they can eat it, and then they use the tool to kill
Start
another
subjugating
monkey.
each other.
Yeah, and they start using weapons after that.
Mhm.
And then I really like the way it sounds when the monolith appears.
Mhm.
I want
It's
to,
very daunting.
yeah, I want to see if I can find that. Let's see.
Yeah,
Just
this
the
movie's
sound.
very thought-provoking. I want to say that the last time I watched it, which I think might have been the first time I watched it, that I watched it high, and I don't think I
Yeah.
should have because
Yeah.
it's a lot to try and contemplate when you're not at like a regular state of consciousness.
Oh right, yeah.
It's very deep and it's very symbolic, and Kubrick does not spoon feed you. He
expects
really,
you to like be
he-
following
yeah.
it and think for yourself. Yeah.
He really puts a lot of things on the screen and like wants you to like figure out what he's really showing you. That is more than just like the image at hand. And it gets pretty crazy towards the end. Like it does. I did think it started out a little bit slow. I think I remember I had to start the movie a few times before I was able to get like to the middle of it.
Yeah.
And then actually finish it. But like it, once you get towards like you start getting towards like that last like 45 minutes, I want to say, it starts to like every second of every scene is like crazier than the last, and it really keeps you engaged because you're just like, oh my god, like what is happening and what's gonna happen next, and then you see what happens next and you're like, how did that come from that, like what we were just at? And
Yeah.
then it's, oh man, it's just nuts.
For the listeners at home, I'm playing what it sounds like when the monolith first appears. And so later on, we get a really long, drawn-out scene of our main character getting from Earth to the moon, to the space station, or something like that. And eventually they need to investigate, like, I think it's one of the moons of Jupiter that the monolith appears on again. And so once they see the monolith, the same kind of eerie music happens, and they hear this like really high-pitched ringing sound. On their spaceship, on the space station, there's two astronauts, and there's this AI, HAL, that kind of controls all the ship's functions and everything. And so after the monolith appears and they get back to the space station, like HAL starts like making decisions for himself. And they're kind of like, that's weird, but it is, it's fine. I'm glad I didn't have to think of that thing, that HAL did it automatically. And then it starts to become more and more to the point where, HAL ejects like one of the astronauts when he's in the airlock. He like shoots him out into space and basically kills him. And so like the other astronaut has to like figure out how to shut HAL off because HAL is starting to think for himself. So this is like something I read, that the monolith like represents like a shift in evolution, like a paradigm shift. So when it first appears to the monkeys, then they become intelligent enough to use tools, and then later to use weapons. And when it appears the second time to the humans, it's for the evolution of HAL, for AI to start thinking for itself. And so like, I mean, the concept of AI like thinking for itself, like to have done that in like 1968, that's insane. Yeah, and then it gets really crazy. I mean, he's floating out in space, and then he returns to Earth, but he's also old, and then he's a space baby, and that's the end of the movie. And it's just like, what the fuck?
That's crazy.
Yeah, but I really like the scene when he's right towards the end, when he's the old man on his bed, like the way the room looks. When he's like,
creepy.
Yeah, it's so cool, man. The architecture
eerie.
and
Yeah.
it's so cool, man. Let's see if I can get a picture. Jamie, can you pull that up? All right, here we go. This is like a small image, though. Oh my gosh, I'm using Bing because I'm on Microsoft Edge. What am I doing right now? Here we go. This is good. So so like this is the last scene in the movie before he becomes a space baby, and he's just on his deathbed or something. But the way the room looks, with the glowing lights in the floor, but like the furniture is like Victorian, and there's like paintings and they're like built into the walls. It's just such a cool scene. It's so cool, man.
It's trippy.
Yeah. And like I really think that Stanley Kubrick was like an artist, like a painter, because like all of his shots are like paintings.
Yeah. This movie's trippy as hell.
Yeah, it's a real trippy movie. Go see it, and if they re-release it into theaters or something nearby, I would say definitely check it out that way, because it's so good. And I haven't even gotten to see it on a big screen like that, and I can't imagine.
Yeah,
like
that would be
really
cool.
Yeah, if you get to see it in like IMAX or something, that would be so cool. It's a great sound to hear the soundtrack. This is an amazing movie. Check it out. I guess I could only pick one Kubrick movie. I didn't want to pick like multiple movies by the same director or with the same main actor or any of those things, although I might have done that. Let me see what else I got. No, I'm pretty sure they're all by different directors. So
I also tried to kind of adhere to a similar thing. Like I would say that like with Terminator 2, another movie that like you could even easily like swap it out with is Predator. I think.
Well, yeah, Predators.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, but like I just feel like Terminator 2 and Predator, they're both kind of like from the same era. And they're both just like incredibly good, like sci-fi action movies.
I would say Predator is closer to Terminator 1 as far as when it came out.
Yeah.
And I would say the feel of it is like, because it's more like Terminator is like kind of one thing going on the whole time. It's like the Terminator's chasing Sarah Connor and Kyle comes back to like protect her. That's pretty much it for that movie, right? But like Terminator 2 has the fact that John Connor sent the Terminator back in time to stop the T-1000, who was also sent back in time from Skynet, and meanwhile they have to destroy Skynet before it even becomes Skynet by like tracking down the signs. So there's way more going on in Terminator 2. But so I would say that Predator is closer to Terminator 1 because it's just like some commando guys in the forest that are fighting the Predator. It's kind of like one thing, you know?
They just like feel very close to me. I think it's because of like not the aesthetic of like the movies themselves, but kind of like they both have kind of like that grainy look to them, or that older look, I would say.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's because they were like made in like the late 80s, early 90s, so they have that kind of like faded look to them. And they both have Arnold Schwarzenegger in it, and he's the main star. And like, Terminator 2 is like obviously like more complex, but like I feel like those are like once I put Terminator 2 on the list, I was like, I don't know if I could do Predator. I feel like it's kind of like adjacent.
I don't think that Predator would make my list. It's like it's a good schlocky action movie, but it's still just a schlocky action movie for me.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it didn't make my list, but I definitely considered it. I just feel like it's one of those very simple but well done movies. It's like it's simple in concept, but it's like it's executed very well, and that's what kind of makes it stand the test of time. Because it's another movie that like I could watch infinite times. Like I every time it's on, like I'll watch it, or if someone puts it on, I'm like excited to watch it with them.
Yeah.
Okay, should I do 7?
Yeah, do number 7.
Okay. So, this might feel a little bit similar to Pacific Rim. In terms of like some people might be like, why this movie? But I really love Dread from 2012.
Oh, that movie's cool.
Urban.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I fucking love
That
this
movie's
movie.
awesome.
So I really like just how simple this movie is and everything it does with the time that it's given. It's pretty much exactly 90 minutes. It might be like a little bit longer. But the movie starts out like really cool and really gives you a good idea of like what the flavor of it's going to be, and then it just kind of carries forward from there and just constantly kind of like delivers and like ramps up like a little bit as it goes on.
If I remember correctly, the first scene in the movie is like a
There's like a
chase
couple
scene,
guys
right?
on like the
Yeah,
highway,
yeah, they're in a
and then
car and he's chasing them with the
yeah,
motorcycle, and then they fucking crash and eat shit, right? While they're on
and then
slow
one of
mo.
them, yeah, and then one of
Yeah.
them escapes like into the police station, and like Dredd confronts him, and this is where you kind of see that like the Dredd force has or they're not called Dreads, right? He's called Dredd. They're like judges, and this is where you see like the judges like exercise their right to execute people and uphold the law. And I just like the feel of this movie. This is kind of where like that year and like where our technology was at. You could kind of create this convincing future it's kind of post-apocalyptic, but not that severe. But
Well,
it's
it
like
kind
set
of
in a
is because
future
they're all like they have to live in those big
mega
compounds.
cities.
Right.
Yeah, it's set in this future where, for whatever reason, the human population can only get congregated in like very specific areas that have resources, and so they create these giant like mega cities.
Yeah.
And in the one mega city that they go to, it's called Peach Trees. There is this drug cartel inside, and it's gained control over all of the floors of the mega city, and the mega city has like over 100 or 200 floors, or maybe it's even more than that. I don't remember. So Dredd is assigned with a new rookie to go into the mega city and investigate the drug problem and bring the drug lord to justice. And the drug lord is played by Lena Headey, who's Cersei in Game of Thrones, and she's awesome in this. She does the role really well, and she's just a really great woman to hate. And I say that in the best
she
way
does it
possible.
really well in that movie.
Yeah. And his rookie is also this really cute actress. I don't know what her name is, but
she's so great. Why has she not been in like anything since then?
I don't know. It's very strange, but she's a great character. She really like stands on her own. She's really looking to like prove herself to Dredd, and nothing is like given to her or handed to her. She has like a lot of scenes of like growth and development, and she's like a psychic. And so Dredd is kind of like the brute force, and then she's kind of like the more like magical element to their team, and adds this cool kind of like sci-fi flavor to like his more just like gun wielding and being the brute strength and stuff. And anyways, the villain's name is Mama, and Mama like locks down the entire mega city and traps Dredd and the rookie inside. And they're just like, okay, we got to fight our way out. And so they just fight up to the top of the building where Mama is. And that's the whole movie. And it's just a lot of really cool action scenes and some good character moments with Dredd and like some funny dialogue. And that's pretty much it. And I am like a really big sucker for a great self-contained action story that doesn't really waste a lot of time in between the action scenes. And this one has a lot. It's not like 100% action scenes or anything like that, but like the little breaks that you get are, they're simple enough and interesting enough, and then get you right back to like another scene where people are like blowing up or getting shot or something of that nature. And like I said, it's 90 minutes, so it's very like over and done with, and you just have a good ride, and it does some cool like special effects with like the slow-mo drug. This is a fun movie to watch when you're stoned.
Yeah.
And
Is that
yeah,
like all the criminals in the movie are stoned too?
they're all like
taking
stoned and
slow
stuff.
mo.
So
Oh
yeah.
man, and when he throws her off the building after she gets the slow mo, that is a good scene.
Oh man, there's a lot of like really cool like I even like there's like the scene where they're like all taking the slow mo and he like blows open the door and it shows like
that shit was
like their
cool.
flesh rippling like from the shockwaves and stuff. And yeah, this movie's just a cool, and Carl Urban does a really great job as Dredd. And if you've seen the Stallone version, which I haven't seen it, but
Yeah, I haven't seen it
it's
either.
it's not in that tone at all. It's like really serious and gritty and dark, and just really nails it. This is kind of like when we were talking about The Dark Knight, and like one of the reasons that like The Dark Knight works so well and was so successful. Dredd is the same thing. Like he's the perfect comic book character to take and put into like a dark, gritty action movie, and the character just stands alone by himself, and he just fits into it perfectly. He's very calm and ruthless, and he does have like he's not like unhinged or anything like that. He does have like a protocol
he's
that he needs to. He's very no nonsense.
Yeah.
Is kind of like the best way to put it. Is like he does have a protocol, but he also knows when like shit has to like go out the window, and like you just kind of have to roll with the punches. And yeah, I like this movie a lot. I think I used to have this movie. I used to have like a top 10 list that I would keep on my phone and I would like update, but like I lost it like a couple phones ago.
Right.
And this movie is now making me realize, I think, and I don't have it on the list now, I forgot about it, but like talking about this movie made me remember the movie The Raid.
Right. Yeah, we watched that one.
Which,
that one was good.
Yeah, which The Raid is like this martial arts movie. It's like this Indonesian like martial arts movie, and it's basically the same premise where like a SWAT team gets stuck in a building with like a drug lord, and then they have to fight their way to the top to kill him. And but it's all like martial arts rather than like, I mean, there's a lot of guns, but like it always gets to the point where like the guys get disarmed and then they just end up fighting because it's a martial arts movie. And I'm not going to talk too much more about it other than that, but that's another great movie if you don't want to watch Dredd and you want to see something that's also 90 minutes and is like literally like nonstop action and some of the best action choreography as well. Because now I realize I'm not going to have it on this list or in my honorable mentions, but that is like one of the coolest movies ever also. But yeah, that's all I've got for Dredd. I don't think I have anything else to say about it.
Okay. Dredd. Dude, Dredd is good. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Where are we at on my list? Numbers.
Big fan of Dredd. We're at 7 now.
Number 7. You ever watch that guy on YouTube? What's that guy's name? Chillin'? Yeah, I think his name's Chillin'. He's like, the top 10 most scariest things to happen in a car. Okay. This is Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Is definitely one of my favorite movies.
I like this movie a lot.
We watched it together. I mean, the premise is there's no other movie before or since that has this premise. Mm-hmm. Basically, there's like a place you can go that can erase memories from your mind, and so like he finds out that after his girlfriend breaks up with him, that she erases him from his mind, and he gets like really messed up about that. Like as you would, I would. And so he's like, well,
he starts seeing her and she doesn't remember.
Yeah, she doesn't recognize him at all.
All these memories about what they used to do together.
Right. So he's like, I'm going to fucking erase my memory then. Jesus. Yeah. And he goes to do it, and as he's reliving those memories, as they're being erased, he realizes that he doesn't want to let them go, that he wants to keep those memories. So he's like struggling to get back and hold on to those memories as they're slowly fading away. And I think at the end what do they do?
It's like the technicians that are like doing the procedure on him.
Yeah.
And they're getting like drunk.
Right.
And like
dancing
sex.
on him. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that they kind of like screw it up a little bit. I don't exactly remember.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
exactly
yeah.
remember what the consequences are of them kind of like fucking off while they do it.
Yeah.
And I don't know like how much we want to like spoil and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
it's
I
a
mean, we've
very
spoiled most of these movies, but yeah, I mean, this one I would say just watch it because it's so
it's a
good.
very touching. It's
Yeah.
very touching, and it's super sad, but
Yeah.
in a
It still has an optimistic ending.
yeah, and it walks you through like a lot of like complex emotions.
Yeah. I mean, watching it is like going through a breakup.
Yeah, it's oh man, and it's so unique. It's like Chris said, like there's nothing that's even attempted to do like what this movie did. And who made this movie? Because he also made Being John Malkovich, right?
Yeah, is it Charlie Kaufman or Andy Kaufman? Yeah, Andy
Okay, yeah.
Kaufman. Yeah.
And this guy just like has such an interesting take on certain premises, and he really likes to play with like things that are really like fantastical, like things that could never happen in our life, like the ability to like pinpoint memories and like erase them, to
Yeah.
like the idea that there's this service out there that you can like erase memories to like help you get over breakups and things like that, or like memories that are now like painful and stuff. And
Right, or
you
the
know,
idea
plants it
that
in the middle.
there's a portal on the 7.5 floor of an office building that takes you directly into John Malkovich's mind.
Yeah, for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, for
It's
5
for, like, a
minutes.
limited
Yeah,
amount
but
of
he
time.
goes in towards the end. He goes in for like a long time. He goes in for like 8 months, and
Yeah.
he does the whole puppet thing. Yeah, that should
Oh,
be on
yeah.
my honorable mentions. Being John Malkovich.
Yeah, that movie's funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this was like, yeah, I like this movie a lot when we finally, because this was a movie that like I had on a list of like movies I need to watch for a really long time, and yeah, when I finally saw it, I was very taken by this movie. It's a lot of fun, and it's very thought provoking, and it's very emotional. And Jim Carrey's in it, and he's not like the typical like funny Jim Carrey, but he's very endearing.
Yeah, he's got
And
a
you really
really good
empathize
range for a comedy actor. Like
Mhm.
he is really convincing when he does like serious stuff.
Yeah, I liked him a lot in this.
Yeah, more so than I would say Adam Sandler. I haven't watched Drunk Love. I'm told I have to, but I haven't done that
I
yet.
don't think I've seen that either.
Yeah, I mean that's a Paul Thomas Anderson movie, and he asked for Adam Sandler specifically to play that role, so it might be good. Like everybody says, it's super good, but yeah, I haven't watched it either. So yeah, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Like, put that on your list. Like, if you have to watch 5 movies while you're waiting for your mail order Russian wife to arrive, so you can finally have that
Tell them to
green
put
card
this
visa
DVD in
wedding.
their crate.
Yeah, yeah. Tell them to throw this in their crate. Make sure they punch some air holes in that thing. They want what happened last time. All right. Do you have number 7?
Yeah.
Number 7 on your list.
It would be
Yours
number
would be
8.
number 8. We already did number
Yeah.
7. Aren't you paying attention?
Yeah, and I was actually like, I took a peek at my list, like in between,
Cheating.
and I was like, damn, it's dumb that because like once we get into like the 6 to 10 range, like the order of them isn't like super important. So I really should have put this movie at number 7 because it is 7.
Oh, it's the movie set.
It's the movie 7. Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually the movie 7M.
7 and yes, classic.
Yeah, and yeah, this movie is a really cool like horror thriller mystery movie. It's a lot of things. And it's
Yeah.
Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman, and they're like cops in this just like shithole city that is just like absolutely going to hell. It's like the crime and the murder rates are like really, really high. And Morgan Freeman has been a cop there like his entire life, and he's like ready to retire. And Brad Pitt kind of comes in as like the new blood, and he gets partnered with him to kind of like run through the ringer like before Morgan Freeman like kind of gets out for good. And as they get linked together, this rash of like horrific freak murders starts happening, and the killer themes all his murders to these different 7 deadly sins. And it's just a really creative movie, and the way that the mystery it gets like slowly unraveled, and like the scenes that you're given, and the guy like wants to get caught, so he's kind of like leaving clues and stuff like that for the detectives to find. And Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt actually work like really well together. And yeah, this is just a super cool movie, and obviously has like one of the most like iconic like meme scenes at the end with the what's in the box.
Right. Yeah.
And God, I mean, it's hard to like get recommended this movie and like be saying things about it, but like, man, like that first time I saw this movie, like, God, the ending hits so hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God, like this is like, I hope everyone's just seen it so that I'm not like
I'm not spoiling.
Yeah, I'm not like tinging your view of it if you haven't. But God, this movie is just like really cool.
Yeah, it's like really ominous because you only know the detectives throughout the movie. The murder doesn't appear until much later.
Yeah, and it's very, it's again, it's like very simple. The scenes are usually just Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman like going from like crime scene to crime scene, and they're just like trying to puzzle it out and like figure out what the clues that the guy is leaving means, and like what the sins, what the connection between that is. And it's really cool. It's definitely worth seeing. It's like dark and gritty, but like with a purpose. It really does some cool stuff with that like ambiance that it sets up. It's like Chris said, it's got like a really ominous feeling and tone to it. It's very bleak. It's definitely one of those movies that it ends and you're just like, oh, it doesn't really have like it's very satisfying the way that it ends, but it's gonna take a while after it's over for you to feel that way. It doesn't really feel you leaving like hopeless when it ends. It's just a really cool movie. Like if you've never seen it before, it's really worth watching for like the range of emotions that it kind of like puts you through. And it's creative and has some really great actors in it. Like I mean, people probably know who the killer is, but I won't like reveal it because he's like a third actor that like lends to Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman as like a pretty sick ensemble cast, and I don't think they've all done anything since. But yeah, I think 7 is. Ever since I got recommended this movie, my cousin recommended it to me a really long time ago, and this movie's like always stuck with me. I'm like, this movie's like incredible.
Yeah, it really is.
I love watching this movie. So go ahead.
Yeah, 7 is a great choice on there.
Yeah, on the number 8.
Number 8. All right. Moving on. Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I know that you don't like this movie. I know that you don't. But you know what? I like it. Like, I watched it again recently, and then I watched it again after that. And I watched it a third time just to make sure. And yeah, I really do like this movie. I like the style of it. So, like, flashy and comic book like. It's really cool. I like the band stuff that they do, like the music that they make, and then they have like music battles. It's right up my alley. And then I saw it for the first time when I was in high school. I think it came out in like 2010, right?
I saw it in the theaters.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, it just like hit all the buttons for me because that's like all the stuff that I was into when I was in high school. I think he learns a lesson along the way in it.
Something about like being yourself.
Something about that, yeah. It's a good moral lesson, I guess. But I was mostly I was mostly into the action, and then I mean
the drama and stuff between the characters. And
right.
Scott specifically.
Right, and I liked. I wouldn't say I like Michael Cera. I don't dislike him, but I don't think that he's like a leading man. But it really works in this movie as like a nerdy like high school dude.
Mhm.
And Ramona is way cool in the movie. Like that's that's the kind of person we all had a crush on in high school. At least I did, right? The kind of person that is
The pale girl with
different
different colored hair.
crazy hair, and extremely elusive and fickle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really messed us up as a generation. All of us, mostly just me. So
Yeah,
check out this.
I saw it in theaters when it came out, and I think I liked it when I saw it. But then just like upon rewatching it over the years, I just am like, wow, I just get nothing out of this movie now, and I find like a lot of what it's doing like kind of annoying, and I don't know if I was able to put my finger on it at the time, but it always bothered me that this guy is going after this girl who has like all these ex-boyfriends that are like gatekeeping her. It's like a weird premise. And he's like,
yeah, it is a strange premise.
He's like, yeah, that's fine. And it's like there's nothing redeeming about Ramona that like makes her worth the effort.
She's like the coolest girl in Canada.
That's it though. And like that's a very superficial kind of thing. So
Yeah.
his like desires for her are all kind of like self-perpetuated. Like he's kind of created this status for her in his own mind and like elevated her to the highest rank.
Yeah,
And,
I guess he really does put her on a pedestal with very little like reciprocation on her part.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, so like upon like rewatching it, I've just kind of felt like, man, this guy's kind of like a cuck.
Yeah, he's kind of a simp. He totally simps for Ramona.
A little bit, yeah. And I just don't really see it just kind of feels bad. It's like, oh man, like we as guys, like we do this thing with girls where we make them like really special and we don't expect them to, like you said, like reciprocate that, and we're okay with that. And it's like, and I don't know what happens to them or whatever.
Well, eventually she like comes.
I know they get
and,
together.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know what happens with them in like the long run or whatever.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah. So.
Also, I thought Brie Larson was way cool, and that she looks really good in this movie.
Yeah, that whole segment where they meet Brie Larson's character and they do like the vegan shtick. I thought that part. I think that's like the best part of the movie. It's got like the most humor.
Yeah.
But yeah, just like after rewatching it, like after I had rewatched it a few times, I just don't like some of the boyfriends and like the way that I don't know, because like Chris Evans is in it, right? And like,
yeah,
I want to say,
like an actor.
and yeah. So, yeah, it definitely was a movie that like the first time I saw it, I liked it, but just like over time, it's not. And like I'll watch it, you know, if like you put it on or something and wanted to watch it, I wouldn't like protest too much, but it's definitely not one of my favorites.
Yeah.
But yeah, number 7.
Yeah, it's definitely Is that my number 8?
Right?
Yeah.
Your number
it's
8.
definitely in my top 10 because.
Yeah, it could get crowded out by some convincing arguments, I'm sure.
I never get tired of it though. Like I watched it a million times.
Oh.
And it doesn't get old for me.
Okay.
Just because like outside of that whole thing, I just really like the style of the movie and the.
Yeah, it is. It does have like a very unique style and aesthetic to it.
Yeah, it's the guy who did like Shaun of the Dead and what's the other one?
Oh.
Hot Fuzz.
Edgar
Wright. Yeah.
Edgar Wright. Yeah, he did like Baby Driver, right?
Yeah, Baby Driver.
Well. Okay.
Yeah, I thought Baby Driver is really slow in the middle, and it really doesn't keep my interest. Like it's like exciting and then slow for like an hour.
Yeah, I haven't seen it since I saw it in the theater. I didn't like go back and check it out again.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have anything else to say about it? Or...
No, we can move on. We can move on from that.
Okay. So I haven't seen this movie in a bit, but I've seen it quite a few times. And I like this movie a lot. I feel like it's very unique. I would say that in the genre that it's in, there are a lot of contenders for like movies that are better than it. I'm just gonna go ahead and reveal it because then we can talk about that a little bit more. So it is Fury, which
Oh, right, yeah.
I think it came out in like 2015 or 2014,
Uh-huh.
and it's got Brad Pitt and Shia LaBeouf in it, and Anthony Pena. I want to say his name is Michael Pena, and the
Oh,
guy
right,
that
yeah.
played the Punisher. I forgot what his name is
In the movie or the show?
in the show, like the one that was
Oh,
on
okay,
Netflix.
right, yeah.
I forget his name.
Yeah, I don't know that guy's name.
And you know, it's like a World War II movie, and they're like a tank squad. They're like the four guys that are like in the tank that operate it. And
Which I always thought inside a tank it was like a tandem bicycle on the inside, and they're just pedaling the whole time.
yeah,
That's
it's
not the
more
case.
complicated than that.
Yeah, it's a
No.
little bit more intricate.
Yeah. And this I was gonna say that that there are movies that like in the genre that like usually nudge out this movie. Like the one that comes to mind is like Saving Private Ryan. That's kind of everyone's favorite go-to war movie. I think Saving Private Ryan's good. I don't have like any problems with it. But I just like that. I like Fury better because it has some like I feel like Saving Private Ryan came along and they did like the D-Day scene where it was just like wanton violence and it was just like insanely graphic, and we hadn't really seen a movie where they were just willing to like characterize war on film in that way, where they're just like, yeah, it is just like needless death and like people die like not, you basically need people to die so that other people can like get on land,
Yeah.
you know, and it was like very
Unceremoniously.
shocking. It was like a very unceremonious way to portray like what war heroes are essentially. And you know, it's got a lot of other great moments in it and great actors and things like that, and it's a very good movie. But I think that that's one of the reasons that like holds a lot of esteem in people's minds, because it was kind of the first movie that came along and did that. So, you know, that came out when I was a little bit older. So I've seen kind of things that have been like inspired by those movies. So like when I finally got around to seeing Saving Private Ryan, it's like, oh, I've kind of seen this before, like people just getting shot, random things like that. Just random violence like that. So I like Fury a lot because it adds a little bit more of like a heavy like action element to it. There is like a really prolonged like tank battle scene in the middle of the movie that I'm a really big fan of. I think it's just a cool aspect that hasn't really been on display in war movies before. Tanks are usually kind of something that soldiers on the ground are dealing with, and so it's just kind of this like ominous thing that like represents death and destruction. And it's more of like a it's kind of like it puts kind of like a time limit almost on like the stakes of things that are happening, because it's like, you know, you can only confront the tank for so long. But this is the first movie that kind of like takes like tank versus tank, and that's kind of like something I thought was interesting and wanted to see, is like, let's see these tanks like fight each other rather than just be this like thing that it's like, oh man, if it gets too close to us, like we're just all gonna die. And I think that all the actors and like all their different like roles and kind of the characters that they embody are really interesting, and they all play well off themselves. And this movie has its own scenes that really encapsulate how needless and pointless war is. And like there's like one of the scenes, it's like very well, that's more like the violent. So like one of the violent things that happens in this movie that like really put it over the top compared to like Saving Private Ryan for me is like there's like one part where like some kind of like, I want to say like a flame grenade or something like goes into a tank and this guy gets like completely like lit on fire and he like falls to the ground and he like draws his gun and shoots himself in the head. And I thought that was pretty fucking insane.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, you never see in like a war movie where someone like gives up on life.
Yeah, like
and
they're
just
on
kills
fire,
themselves,
but they
like,
still
in
have the
moment.
wherewithal to pull out their gun and shoot
Yeah, he
themselves.
knows that like I'm done, and like the
Yeah.
only thing I can do that's gonna make this situation better right now is end my life instantly.
Yeah.
That scene like always really stuck with me. I was like, oh my god. I was like, Jesus, that's just something I've never really seen before.
Yeah, that's
So it was like
intense.
a new thing that the film like introduced to me, like this new like emotion that I went through.
And it's like a party at Gary Busey's house. Hey.
Yeah. There's also like where they find the like the German conscript and they like get him prisoner, and Brad Pitt like holds the rookie his hand out with the gun drawn and like makes him shoot him. And that scene is like pretty. It's just like you go through a lot of range of emotion as you're like watching it happen, because you like totally empathize with like the new guy, and like you also understand like what mindset Brad Pitt's character is trying to impart on him so that he can survive the war. And it's just like, God, this is terrible, because like the rookie is like he was like a desk jockey before the war and basically got drafted and like is now part of this tank battalion. And like within a very short amount of time, he has to like acclimate himself with like wanton murder and, you know, his survival above others, and like learning how to like weigh the values of lives on like a very arbitrary scale, which is like some stuff that like war makes you do. And then there's like the scene in the middle of the movie where the movie kind of slows down and they get into like this German city, and they like take shelter in the house of these two women, and the rookie kid like kind of has this fling with the younger daughter of the, because there's like a mother and a daughter, and so he has like a fling with like they have sex and they kind of like have this little like war romance because they're both like alone and scared, and they just like don't know what to do with each other, and they kind of just like, you know, give into like their animalistic urges. And he really it kind of like reminds him of the humanity that he like left behind, and he starts to kind of like fall in love with her. And then as soon as they get out of the building, like a plane flies over the top of the town and like bombs the fucking building and kill, like, you know, the building collapses into like rubble, and like her body like slides down the rubble, and he like just sees it like this woman that he just got to have this like unique experience with is like just dead, just like this is what war is. And it just like encapsulates to him like how needless it is that it like took this life out of his life that was something that he found value in and like found something special in, and it was just like that. And that's kind of the thing that like informs him at the end of the movie and like how he survives like the last battle, because that really like galvanizes him that like I just need to kill whoever I need to kill to like end this war so that other people like this that are innocent don't just die for no reason. And so the movie just like kind of walks you through like a lot of things, in my opinion, that you know, really show you like that war is not something to be taken lightly, that it's something that it happens, and once it gets rolling, it's incredibly destructive and almost needlessly so, and that it gets other people that wouldn't normally want to do those things into it and makes them commit the same atrocities so that they can end it. And it does really kind of show you the futility of all of it. And yeah, so I just thought that this movie was like thought-provoking in a way, and then it also has some cool like action scenes that also play to like the reason that I come to see these movies is like I go see these movies because I want to see people shooting guns at each other and firing tanks and you know, shooting themselves in the face and shit like when they're on fire. But then it gives you these cool like pieces in the middle to chew on that are thought-provoking and stuff like that. So I've always really liked this movie. I like all the actors and stuff in it. I know that this isn't like the most popular movie, and that's kind of why I'm defending it a little bit more thoroughly than some of the other things that I've like said on my list, because I feel like when you mention this movie, a lot of people are like, ugh, you have like terrible taste. But I think this movie has like a lot of things going.
Is that because they don't like the movie, or is it because Shia LaBeouf's in it?
I don't know, but you know what the crazy thing is that this was made, I feel like, during the height of Shia LaBeouf's like nonsense, and he's really palatable in this movie.
Yeah, I mean, it is really palatable. It's like we're an extra medium. It's like
No, he's like he does play like he's kind of like a southern like kind of Baptist boy. He's got like a little bit more of like the southern Christian vibe, but it like works and he like it like kind of like lends itself well to like his craziness at the time. And yeah, and like Brad Pitt like really kind of, you know, like steals the whole movie. He's really kind of like the papa bear of the group and really kind of like takes on that role and responsibility well. And you know, he's got his own scenes that like really kind of encapsulate like the things that you go through in war. You know, like the very first scene that we kind of get introduced to him is like a scene where he's kind of like breaking down and having kind of like a mini like PTSD attack and stuff. Yeah, and I just
the way it showed tank battle in this movie was really interesting because I never thought about like how do they aim, you know, like how do they know what to shoot at. I don't know, I always thought that they're just like pointing and shooting and not even paying attention. Obviously they don't have computers to target with anything, but it's literally a guy like on top of the tank calling out like a coordinate or like a distance, and then then they just like fire in that direction. So that's a new like element that I wasn't aware of.
The other thing about it that makes it kind of a cool perspective is that the American tanks in World War II were inferior to the German tanks. So, you know, in the tank battle, it's like really tense because, you know, they do come across a group of like German tanks, and like there's like a lot more. I think there's like 2 or 3 German tanks, and there's like 5 or 6 American ones, and like they're just getting like destroyed like left and right. I think John Goodman's in this movie, and he's like one of the other tank lieutenants, and you know, like. God, they just start getting like picked off like one by one, and it gets down to like, you know, like Brad Pitt's crew and stuff like that. And yeah, it's really cool. So there's a good kind of like underdog aspect to the action scenes and stuff as well that lend themselves a lot to making them exciting. So yeah, I think this movie's cool. So I like this. This is my token war movie on the list.
Yeah, I have to say I'm not a big fan of war movies because I feel like World War II has been done and overdone and redone again.
It's been done a bunch of times, yeah.
It's like too much, but I like Fury. I like Dunkirk, and I like 1917, which is not World War One. I know history, or not World War II. I know history is World War One, but I really like 1917.
1917 is super cool.
Yeah,
I like that movie a lot too.
Yeah,
it's very powerful. Like a lot of the scenes are, because a lot of the scenes are very like quiet and intimate.
Yeah,
and then like shit happens, and like it's like very in the middle of the movie where like the plane crash happens, where like that movie really kind of grips you. And before all that, it's like a lot of like visual stuff. Like I really like when they like get out of the mines and they like see all the bullet shells and stuff and like how big they are. From like where the enemy was entrenched and was just like raining fire and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cool things in 1917. I think that movie does a lot of cool stuff. All right. I feel like I droned on Fury a bit, but because I felt like I had to muster a defense for it. So let's see your number 9 here. We're getting close.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end.
Here.
And the honorable mentions we'll just go over quickly, I guess.
Yeah.
So I think we've been going for like 3 hours. Okay, number 9, Amadeus. I don't know if you've seen this movie. I don't know. Like,
it's Mozart, right?
Yeah, it's the Mozart one.
I saw who directed it a long time ago, like in school. Like it was one of those movies we watched because it was like raining or some shit.
Okay, yeah. It's worth a second look. It's definitely one of my favorites.
I remember it being like pretty compelling, even though I didn't exactly know like everything was going on. But I remember the actor that plays Amadeus, and then just the character of Amadeus himself was really interesting. He's like so manic.
Yeah, he's like a crazy person. Cause he's like a child star, like just like someone who got famous at like age 3, and has just been a prodigy ever since. And
didn't he have like a bunch of wives in that movie?
No, he only had one wife.
Oh, he does. I
one.
feel like there's like a lot of women in that movie.
There is a lot of women in that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that he gets like involved with.
I don't think he shows him sleeping around. Shows him like
Okay.
drinking a lot and stuff. But
Okay, like I said, it's been ages.
yeah, but the story, the main character of the movie is like Salieri, so he's like a rival composer who's just like not as good as Mozart, and he never will be, and he's just so jealous of everything that Mozart's accomplished, and to see that like tear him apart through the course of the movie and through the course of his life, and to see like Mozart through the lens of Salieri, like observing him as this
Respecting him and reviling him at the same
right,
time.
exactly. It's just really cool, man, and everything.
We should watch this sometime.
Yeah,
This is
I'd be down for
something
this.
that'd be
I think it's
interesting
kind of
to check out.
long. I think it's in like
Yeah,
a
I think so
3-hour
too.
range.
I feel like that as well, but I'd be down to do it.
Yeah, I'm definitely down to watch that movie. The costumes, everything looks so real.
Yeah,
and this is an Oscar
something I
movie.
remember a lot about it.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that's you know how like once a year they'll make like a super epic period piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is that.
Well, they
this
used
is
to do that.
one.
I don't know if they do that anymore.
Yeah, the last one I remember is like Lincoln.
Yeah.
I don't know. So yeah, and then his wife is like really pretty, and there's a scene where Salieri like invites her over because why is it he offers like Mozart something like to play in front of a dignitary or something, but the condition is that his wife has to come over to Salieri's place. So she gets there, and then she like takes all her clothes off, and then Salieri like kicks her out. I don't know why he does, just to embarrass her. But why did I bring that up? That one scene. Well, let's just say it's a rated R movie, so worth it, worth a watch.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, I grew up like listening to Mozart, and all his music is in this movie. All his greatest hits. The bops really is what they are. But yeah, really good music. So yeah, check out Amadeus. Isn't it 1984? I think, and I think it seemed like Mozart was a real fun guy. If this is any indication.
Yeah. Okay.
This movie made from the 1980s, I'm sure it's like accurate to the character.
All right.
All right, here we go. Number 10. Hold on a second. Let me find
the zinger.
Let me find a real good sound to play here.
I'm trying to remember what it is, and I think I remember.
All right, here we are. We're at number 10. This is you can hear it at home, but Cody, you can't hear it. Okay, there you go. Yeah. All right, we're ready.
Okay, so this movie, this is a little bit biased because of like how hard this movie slapped the first time I saw it.
Man, it really slaps.
Yeah.
I've got
number
balls
10 for
of
me
steel.
is Saw.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, dude.
I did not expect that.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever like understated this, but I fucking love the first Saw movie.
It's really good.
I love it. It's so good. It's so good.
In a way that it's like different from the other Saw movies. It's like
I mean, all the Saw movies afterwards just wanted to take the like trap plot or trap gimmick and run with it, but like, oh man, I remember like seeing previews for this movie when it like first came out, and I never got to see it in theaters. And then there was like one time where I don't know if you remember this. I don't know if this is still like the case now, but like in the past, when you would go to hotels, on the hotel like movie list, they would get like there would be movies that were in theaters, and they would be on the hotel TV before they would become like on home video.
Yeah, I remember that, and they were hella expensive too.
Yeah. So we went to, I think we were, I don't remember where we were. We were in like San Diego or like San Francisco or something like that. My parents took me and my brother on like some kind of like weekend trip, and like we stayed in this hotel. And so my dad and I were like, let's get a movie. And we were like looking at the list, and Saw was on it, and we were so excited. And so we ordered it, and it was like really hard to watch it because, you know, it was like violent and gory, and we were sharing the room with my mom and my brother.
Oh,
And my brother's 5 years younger than me, so like I don't know when Saw came out. But I mean, my brother had to be like younger than 15, like
Yeah.
between like 10 and 15, somewhere in there. I imagine. I'm not exactly. Let me look really quick.
I want to say it was
And-
2005.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 2007, 2004.
2004. Yeah.
So yeah, so I was like 16 or something like that. So like, yeah, my brother must have been like 11 or 10, 11, 12, somewhere in that range. So anyways, I just remember like I was super into the premise about like the guy being locked up and having to like saw through his foot. And then the movie ends up being this kind of cool like detective thriller, and ends up telling these like really interesting stories and showing these like other traps that the Saw guy has like put people through. Jigsaw is the killer's name because he like is trying to find the piece that is missing in people to like survive at like against all odds. And so he puts them in like really unique traps that like kill them if they don't complete them, and they're like unique to like how they live their life or like the deficiencies in which they kind of like succumb to in their own lives and things like that. And it's just like really unique and cool. And oh my god, I just like, I don't want to spoil it but like the ending just has like an insane twist, and you just like I don't know how you could ever see it coming unless you're just like a fucking god and you just have like that kind of level of like premonition. But I just remember that when the twist like got revealed, I like ran out of the hotel room and like ran up and down the hallway because I was just like, my mind was like fucking shattered. I was like, oh my god, I could not believe that like
Have you ever
the
had a
thing that
dream
got revealed got
that-
revealed. It was
that
just,
you
then
had,
that really
you-
got me
you
into
wi-
like
you could-
movies
you
that have
do-
like twists.
you
in
wi-
it.
you want you
That
could
was
do
like the
so-
first
you-
one that made me
you
like,
do-
God,
you
this
could-
is like a
you-
really
you
cool
want- you
concept
want
where someone
him to
writes
do
something
so much you could
and
do
it makes you
anything.
think you're going in like one direction, and then they change something at the very end, and you realize like the entire time you've been being duped, and that it was plausible from this other angle that you just weren't considering. Saw was like the big thing for that. And then like, you know, and then I became like a huge Saw fan, and like I watched all the movies, and you know, I even recently saw the Spiral one with Chris Rock, which I thought was fine. It's not the greatest Saw movie or anything like that by any means, but it was an interesting like venture back into the franchise. But yeah, the you know, the first one, it just like I always say, it's like not as schlocky and weird as like the other ones that are kind of essentially just like gore porn. This one is really trying to like stand on its own merits and kind of introduce this like new thing, and has some cool like graphic violence and torture scenes in it kind of. And it's got Danny Glover in it, who's like one of the detectives. And yeah, I just really.
Oh, and
I
the
really
other
love-
guy is Donnie Wahlberg, right?
I think the other guy's an Asian guy.
Oh, was Donnie
his
Wahlberg in
partner's
the second one?
Asian. Maybe, yeah, I think so. I think he's the dad
Mm.
of the kid that gets kidnapped, and then that's like the thing that is. He's like a detective as well. They all kind of have that common thread where the main character is like a detective and he's trying to catch the Jigsaw killer. But yeah, I've always stood by like the first one, like really stands on its own merits. It's just like a really good like thriller, like crime thriller, and like has this, you know, cool like violent aspect to it. And does some like cool unique things and just has some interesting scenes. And yeah, that ending just like gets me every time. I fucking love it. And yeah, so that rounds out my top 10. I'll just make this a little bit bigger.
Goodbye,
kinda see
everybody.
where we
I've
started and how we got here.
go. Gotta leave you all behind and face face the truth.
And yeah, you wanna bring us home?
Yeah, let's bring it on home here. Number 10, Ocean's 11. This is the
Okay.
Ocean's 11 2001.
Yep.
Um,
George Clooney.
yeah,
Brad
with George
Pitt.
Clooney and Brad Pitt. Another movie, I just never get tired of it. I know what's going to happen. I know exactly how they do it and everything, but it's just so cool, man. And
It's a satisfying
I,
heist movie.
yeah, and I feel like every movie that I've said on my list, I've said that exact same. It's so cool, man. But look, it's like it really sets a standard for heist movies. I think that a lot of movies that came since then have tried to do what Ocean's 11 did in one way or another. And considering that it's a remake of a movie from the 60s, I don't know if you've seen the original. It has
Frank Sinatra.
yeah,
in it,
Frank
right?
Sinatra's in it, Dean Martin's in it, Sammy Davis Jr.
I think I tried watching it one time because like when they remade it, my dad was like, "Oh man, this is a remake and the old one and na and like
Yeah,
I think we tried watching it. I don't remember anything about it.
it's not good.
Probably because it's not good or
Yeah.
interesting.
Although the ending of the original one was pretty good. They
Yeah, where the money all burns up or something.
no,
right?
they
Like,
bury it in the coffin with their friend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they wanted
thought
to hide
like,
it,
put him through,
and they put it in the
I thought
coffin.
they put him through like a cremation thing or something, and it like all burns up.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
what happened. They say
Yeah,
at the end, they're like, "Oh wait, he was going to be cremated."
Yeah,
And they're
something
like,
that.
"Oh,
And
shit."
So they just get screwed in the end.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like all for nothing.
Right. That was a pretty good ending. But yeah, Ocean's 11, because you got George Clooney and Brad Pitt. They're like the main guys. And Matt
Mhm.
Damon is like really trying to prove himself. The Ruben is the guy that like finances them from the get go, because he's like a rich guy who owns the casino anyway, and he just does it because he hates Terry Benedict.
Yeah.
And then they get the other guys that have special skills, like they can get
The
Bernie
Asian
Mac.
guy.
He's gonna be the guy on the inside. Yeah, the Asian guy is like a acrobat.
Yeah.
They
He's, like,
got
really
the computer guy, and then they have the two other guys that can be like stooges, just like dress up as someone that works at the hotel and then infiltrate and then dress up as somebody else that works at the hotel. And so yeah, they all work really well together. Like having a cast of like 11 characters is kind of a lot to juggle, but I think Ocean's 11 does it really well. On top of that, Soderbergh has a distinct style where he's another one of those people that doesn't give you all the information. He just expects you to figure it out. So like, yeah, even like with something as simple as a phone call, you'll only see one side of it. You'll just see like George Clooney on the phone. You won't hear what the other person is saying on the other side of the phone, but you can like understand what
Infer.
Yeah, you can infer it. And then Soderbergh also does these like montages with this cool like jazz electronic music. And he does it in like a lot of his movies. He did it in all the Ocean's movies, and then he did it in Contagion. And I don't remember if Logan Lucky did that. But anyway, yeah, so Soderbergh has like this really cool distinct style. In a way, he like writes the book on heist movies. So Ocean's 11, check that one out.
Ocean's 11 is cool, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a cool movie.
Yeah, great cast.
Yeah.
And the way that it's shot is like very stylized. And the reveals are cool at the end.
It doesn't feel dated. Like I don't feel like, oh, this is a product of 2001. It still like feels relevant. Maybe because like I'm in Vegas now, and so like this is my city, but the city looks different than it did because it's like always changing with the casinos going up and down. But I don't know, it just doesn't feel dated. Like the way the story's told doesn't feel like a product of 2001. It could happen anytime. So yeah, Ocean's 11, my number 10. I just want to quickly add these honorable mentions. Memento.
Sure, yeah.
Memento, Drive, The Prestige.
Oh.
Yeah, because like I couldn't put any more Nolan movies on there. There's too many. I think I just have one, but I can't. I gotta give everybody some a chance here. So Django Unchained, Joker, American Psycho, Goodfellas, The Godfather Part 2, The Shining, Snatch, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and Men in Black.
Okay.
I think the next time we do a top 10, it has to be by genre because it's too hard to like choose just 10 movies.
It is difficult, but
Yeah.
I think I think you can kind of like get it down to like movies that you would like you don't get tired of like watching,
Yeah.
or you really enjoy it. It's like you said with like Raiders of the Lost Ark. You're like, I know every line.
Yeah.
I know everything, but I still love it. It's still surprising to me, even after all these years. Like that's like what the essence of this like list was supposed to be.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I kept my honorable mentions pretty short. So I just have like the
Well,
Guy
that's
Ritchie
you put
movies.
3 fucking movies in one bullet.
Sure,
That's not keeping
yeah.
it short. You
Well,
put
like-
2 movies in the other bullet, dude. It's the
Yeah,
same
yeah,
as my list.
Like, hear me out. So like these 3 Guy Ritchie movies, right? Snatch, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, Rock and Rolla. These movies are so similar in their style
Yeah.
and their content, right? They're usually like heist movies or about kind of like low lives that are like in the criminal underworld, and it's kind of about the antics in what they do in order to like get the in Snatch it's a jewel, in Lock, Stock they're trying to get money, and in Rock and Rolla they're trying to find this like painting, and it's about like business dealings and stuff like that. And it's like the style is like completely interchangeable. Like you could swap the scenes from like the different movies and they would like be like this, they're like the same essentially. So but basically just like Guy Ritchie is just like, these are the 3 like hallmark Guy Ritchie movies. They're incredibly enjoyable to watch. They're extremely stylized, and you really can't go wrong picking either of these 3. And it's like one of those things, it's like it's hard to choose one of them that you would have to put in like the top 10. And it's like at the end of the day, like none of them made it, even though I do love watching these movies over and over and over again. I feel like they're a little obvious, but I just think that like Guy Ritchie movies is kind of like the honorable mention.
Okay.
Same with Casino and Good.
Yeah, Goodfellas. Oh, right. Your internet goes out. Yeah, so Goodfellas is, I think they're both Martin Scorsese films, right? I would put The Departed up on that list as well, because these like crime gangster movies that just really check all the boxes when you want to see a gangster movie. I would say the quintessential one is Goodfellas. There's so many memorable scenes in that movie. And that's another one that just never gets old. Like, I see it on TV all the time. And even so, I'll watch it in my own time. And every time the song Layla comes on, I think about all the dudes that they killed. And then the outro of Layla, that's like a different part of the song that reminds me of like when they're finding all the bodies and they're like in the freezers and shit. So yeah, I would agree with Goodfellas and Casino being put on the same ticket there. Is Casino directed by Martin Scorsese? Casino. Yeah, it is directed by Martin Scorsese. So yeah, put those Scorsese movies together. I really like Casino as well. I think that Sharon Stone's character is interesting, and like someone who's only interested in like the money. And he kind of knows that about Ginger. Robert De Niro's character knows that, but maybe in the back of his mind he's trying to convince himself that it's real between them. I don't know. But then all the scenes with Joe Pesci were really crazy, man. Like he like smashes that dude's hands with a hammer. He puts that guy's head in the vice.
Okay, I'm back.
And then he kills that dude with a baseball bat. I mean, they kill him with a baseball bat in the cornfields at the end.
Are you talking to Phil Air, or have you been talking?
Yeah, I've been talking about Casino and Goodfellas, and I also brought up The Departed.
The point I was trying to make, but like, sorry, I got disconnected there because my internet always crashes.
Yeah, I figured that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I texted you on Discord on my phone.
You did? I did. Oh, I did get it. Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, I was like, when I was thinking about it, I was like, I can't remember which is the one where Joe Pesci kills the guy with the pen, and which is the one where Joe Pesci like shoots the guy at the poker game for no reason.
I think those are both Goodfellas, right?
I thought that the one where he kills the guy with the pen is Casino.
Maybe that's Casino.
And the one where he shoots the guy is
that one is for sure Goodfellas.
So
yeah.
So I'm like, damn. I'm like, you know what? Just both of these De Niro Pesci movies are really fucking good. So I just made them one bullet.
Yeah, I can see that. I thought you were saying because they're both by.
Yeah, they're both Scorsese, obviously, but like they're also like kind of indistinguishable in a way.
Are you able to share your screen again?
Yeah, here. Sorry.
Okay.
So, anyways, that's why I had those in like one bullet, and then Predator we kind of like talked about already. So actually, what I took something off of the list, to make room for Predator, and it was Zoolander. Because I only wanted 5 honorable mentions. Because I was like, man, I have very few comedies on here.
Yeah, I guess I didn't really put any on mine either.
Yeah, I feel like Zoolander is like one of those, like, it's a great like meme movie. You know, like we see a lot of, like, I think the So Hot Right Now meme, you know, is like a great
classic. Yeah.
And
what is this? A center for ants?
Yeah. I think that movie is just like really stupid and funny and good. So we don't have to talk too much about Predator because we kind of covered it before.
Yeah,
Sicario, which is, you know, like Emily Blunt and Benicio del Toro, and that one's just like a great, like, gritty, like action. It's kind of action, but it's kind of like also thriller, and it's about like drug cartels and stuff. And it's a really good movie, and it's actually like another. It's a more modern, kind of like strong female character done right movie, because like Emily Blunt's character, she's like a part of like the police task force that like breaches like buildings and some like she's kind of like on the front line in like high risk and like high danger situations and stuff like that, and they transfer her to like this other unit that's like targeting the head of the Mexican drug cartel because of like her aptitude in like combat situations and stuff like that. And there's some like pretty cool scenes and some like really good tense moments and stuff in that movie. And then Rush Hour 2, I feel like this is one that like we all know that this movie is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
But like it's like one of those ones that like doesn't need to be said, but it's also getting old at this point, so I think it's worth like mentioning that this is just like one of the best like duo like buddy cop movies that's ever been made somehow.
I have not seen a good buddy cop in a really long time.
Yeah, and this one is just so fucking good, and it came out of nowhere. Cause like the first Rush Hour is like good, but it's not like crazy good. But then like the second one is just fucking great. It's so funny. And I was just like, damn, it has been a long time since I've seen it, and since I've heard someone like mention it, and I just remember like loving the hell out of this movie when I saw it when I was younger. And I guess because like you had a pretty long list. There was one other one that I thought of that I didn't put on here, but I really like the movie Hot Rod because I was trying to think of comedies because like I just don't have a lot of them in my actual top 10. But Hot Rod is a movie with Andy Samberg,
right? Yeah,
and he is like a wannabe stuntman. And he is in the movie with one of the other guys that he's in Turtleneck and Chain with. Or Lonely Island, sorry, that's their band.
Yeah.
He's kind of like the mousy, like nerdy looking guy. He's kind of like, he kind of looks like Jimmy Fallon a little bit.
Yeah.
That's like his brother in the movie, and then Ian McShane is his dad.
Yeah.
And Danny McBride is in it, and he's like he's like the director of the stunts or the cameraman or something, and Bill Hader is in it. And they're all kind of like losers, and they're all supporting like Andy Samberg, like achieving this dream of becoming like a professional stuntman. And it's got a lot of really like, it's kind of like that bizarre, like zany, like off the wall comedy that was like really kind of in between, I want to say, like the popularity of like Aqua Teen Hunger Force and the movie like Superbad. It's like in between. It's like in that era where that shit was kind of like sticking.
Yeah.
And it might be a little dated now, but like, man, I think that movie is funny. And I love the scene where they're like marching through the street and everyone starts singing that song. That like really like uplifting song. There's like a guy that starts running through with a trash can, and it starts like going from him to like the main characters, and it like keeps switching back and forth like really fast. And then he like throws the trash can through a window, and it starts a riot, and it like the whole scene like completely devolves from like this really like uplifting moment to like this really like chaotic, like no one knows what the fuck is going on, and everyone starts looting, and like things are on fire, and then they get like all the characters like get out of it, and they're like talking to each other about it, and Danny McBride is like holding a TV, and he's just like, oh man, the audacity of some people to take advantage of a situation, and like he's like condemning it, but like clearly he's like stolen some shit. God, it's just like a lot of stupid shit in that movie that I think is really funny. And I love Ian McShane in that movie, who's like his like stepdad, who he's like constantly trying to like prove himself to, and they like beat each other up all the time and shit. And yeah, those are like those are my honorable mention. And then unless you like, do you want to say anything else about yours? Because I have kind of like a couple like bonus round stuff.
Bonus round. I think we've been going for like 4 hours, man.
I know, but I don't think it matters if it's like 5 minutes longer or like 10 minutes longer. And I think that people like long form podcast shit. You know, like Joe Rogan's shit's always like 3 hours. So,
Yeah.
Not that we're gonna replace Joe Rogan, but
yeah, but not quite yet, but soon we'll get there.
Yeah. So yeah, do you want to do like I talked a little bit about some of my honorables a little bit deep. Do you want to do a deep dive on any of the ones that you had listed, or are you good to do some bonus round stuff?
I think I put Joker on here.
Yeah.
I think that was kind
Joker
of impulsive because it's good, but I'm looking back at it. I haven't really watched it since it was in the theaters.
I haven't either, but I remember it being like pretty cool for like something that like kind of had like no expectations really for. It was kind of one of those movies that they announced, and we were just like, we're so tired of DC like playing catch up with Marvel. Yeah. And then they came out with Joker, and it was like this really cool like character movie, which is something that like we just haven't gotten in a long time. And Joaquin Phoenix is just like really cool. He's just a great actor.
He is a great actor.
So I actually was like happy to see it on your honorable mentions, because I was like, oh man, that's the one that I haven't thought about, and that's more of like a contemporary movie that like I feel could there like if I'd seen it probably a few more times since I'd seen it, there'd be like a good case for me to like put it on the list and stuff.
I also didn't put Big Lebowski on there.
Oh, Lebowski.
It's like one of my favorites. Also never gets old.
That movie is funny. Okay, yeah. So we mentioned like the big trilogies in the beginning. Mm-hmm. You know, I kind of specifically prohibited us from putting like Lord of the Rings movies on, because like I don't know if you feel the same way exactly, but like I said, like I think that there's an argument to be made that these might be the 3 best movies like ever made. Like they're so fucking good. It's like crazy how good they are. And some people might be like, you know, they're based off books, and it's like it's about like the actors and the music and the sets and just like how much was done with like such small budgets compared to like today, and how much of it is practical effects.
Did it have small budgets? I thought they were like big budget.
They were
movies.
like less than $100 million each in like 2001, something like that. So I think compared to like some other like really big stuff that was like made at the time, I think that the budgets were like
Yeah, that's
modest.
true. It was only like 93 million.
Yeah, and it's like so much was like practical. Like the orcs are all like makeup and costumes, and like they actually like forged all the weapons. You know, they like contracted like a weaponsmith company to like make all the weapons and shit like that. There's just a lot of, and like, you know, it was like the first time we got like a motion capture portrayal, like with Andy Serkis's Golem.
All right.
And like there's just so many things about these movies that like almost was like the planets aligning, and they're like timeless, and they hold up till today.
Yeah,
I
they
never
do.
get tired of watching them, and like
Yeah.
every time I do, like I go through like such a range of emotions, just like how I feel, and you know, I think that like a lot of people that grew up in the time that these movies came out like have these similar kind of experiences and feelings with them and attached to them. And especially I got to see them all in theaters. They all came out around Christmas, which, you know, my birthday is at the end of December. So I always saw them like for my birthday. I saw all three of them in theaters. And like, that was always a big thing, is like my friends would come over, my friends would come over for New Year's Eve. You know, we'd spend all like night playing video games and eating pizza and candy and shit, and then like we'd go outside and bang pots and pans and shit when it turned like New Year's, and then we'd like sleep in the next day till like noon, and then like by that time like my parents had been awake enough to like drag us to the fucking movies, and we'd go see Lord of the Rings. So like I have like a special kind of like a lot of shit attached to like how I first saw these movies, but like they're just objectively insanely good movies. I don't think that there's like a lot of question about that. So that's why I specifically prohibited them like from going onto the top 10 list, because I think it's really easy, you know, if you don't consider them all one movie, to put all three of them on your top 10 almost. So the bonus round thing is like, do you want to take a stab at like how do you rank the Lord of the Rings movies?
Okay. 3, 1, 2.
Okay,
Return of the King.
that's exactly the order that I have too.
Yeah. Yeah, Return of the King,
Yeah.
Fellowship, and then Two Towers.
Yeah.
They're all really
God.
good. It's kind of a hard choice because I really liked the Two
It
Towers.
is really hard. Yeah, it is a really hard choice.
Yeah.
I think that like what does it for me is like in Return of the King, the scene where the like orcs and stuff are attacking Minas Tirith, and then the Riders of Rohan show up, and there's like that gigantic line of horses,
Yeah.
and the King of Gondar, like, or no, it's not the King of Gondar, but the King of Rohan or whatever, Denethor, or I don't fucking know their names.
Yeah, I don't know their
But
names either.
he just gives like this like insanely rousing speech, and he's like riding between all of them, and like
'Cause he was the one that
tapping
was
his-
like being possessed for a while.
yeah, he was
right?
the guy that
Yeah.
was possessed. Yeah, and he's like clanging his swords on like all the other swords that all the knights have like drawn out, and he's like, "Ride to victory!" And they all like fucking go down the hill, and like, oh my god, the action scene that follows of like the horses crashing into all the people is like so visceral and cool, and that battle is just like insanely satisfying and has some like great like high moments in it. And you know, and also because like the other two movies are so strong, you have such strong attachments and investments in the characters by this time, and they're all their arcs are kind of like coming to fruition, and they're all really satisfying. And I think that that's the reason that I kind of put Two Towers at the end, is because that it does have Helm's Deep, and like the Battle of Helm's Deep is like really, really cool and has some good moments too. Like Gimli and Legolas are kind of finally, you know, becoming like rivalrous, and they have their like little comedic banter and stuff like that. But a lot of the characters, their arcs are kind of being like set up, and also like the part with like Frodo and Sam and Gollum is like kind of boring.
Yeah.
Or
In the third
not-
movie, yeah.
Yeah, no, in the second movie.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
the second one is like them kind of like going through the swamp and like walking up the mountain, and it's like not a lot happening. It's
Don't
like
they
more.
encounter like some spiders? Or
No,
is
that's
that,
the third movie.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, they put it happens in the second book, but they push it to the third movie. Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of great things. I wouldn't even say that the scenes are like boring, but like compared to like all the other stuff that happens in the trilogy, like it's much less exciting because it's a lot of like the development of like what Frodo is going through and how he starts to relate to Gollum, and like he really sees like that Gollum is like kind of a victim and that he's like suffered, and at the same time, like Sam is kind of parsing out like his own suspicions about Gollum's motives and things like that. And not that that stuff isn't like interesting, but it's like less exciting.
I think the
Like,
more exciting stuff is what happens with all the other hobbits and
yeah,
and
exactly.
Legolas and the dwarf.
But that's the other thing too, is in Two Towers, like even Merry and Pippin, like nothing's really exciting is happening with them either.
What?
Like,
They
they're just
get
with
like almost
Treebeard.
eaten by orcs, and then like the trees start walking and pick them up and save them, and then they meet the brown wizard.
They don't meet the Brown Wizard. That's in The Hobbit, I'm pretty sure. The Brown Wizard isn't in.
I thought the brown wizard appears in the
trilogy.
second one.
No, he's not in the trilogy.
Oh,
So like
okay.
Merry and Pippin, yeah, they're like with the orcs, and then they kind of like they like kind of set it up like they die, and then they show in like kind of like a flashback that they do escape, and then they get into the forest, and then Treebeard they find Gandalf, and then Gandalf
Oh,
leads
it
them
was
to
the
Treebeard.
talking tree, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then like
that's what it
they
was.
spend most of the rest of the movie kind of like riding on top of him and like talking to him and like learning about the trees. And so most of the interesting stuff happens with Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli and them kind of
Yeah.
like figuring out what's going on with Rohan and like why there's so much like disruption between the two like human kingdoms and like why they're falling apart and that getting sussed out. And because like even and like Gandalf goes and helps with that part too, because they like that's where they like figure out the one guy is getting like possessed and they like get rid of like Worm Tongue. And then that all culminates to like the Battle of Helm's Deep at the end. So, it's definitely like a pivotal movie in the trilogy, but like I just feel like it is kind of like a lull and it like sets up stuff. And then by the time you get to the third movie, like everyone's arc is like coming to fruition, and the payoffs are really good. And so I think that the third movie like really slaps. And
Yeah, the third movie slaps.
and Fellowship is just like for as little time as like you get with the characters, it like really it introduces you to the world in like a really great way. Like it gives you like the really good opening kind of like history of Middle Earth and the Ring and Sauron, and like sets up the stakes.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go right into like the Shire celebration and like Bilbo's birthday, and like that really like introduces you to like the music and like the ambiance of like the whole movie and the tone kind of, and gets the like adventure going, and then all the characters kind of start getting recruited, and then there's like the great scene in like the mines of Moria and like the Balrog, and like Gandalf dies, and then Boromir dies at the next battle, and like those
Right.
orcs are really cool. You get introduced to the Uruk-hai and stuff like that. So that's kind of why I thought that this is like kind of the appropriate order. Clearly there's no like right answer to this.
Yeah.
I would say I used to think that Two Towers was the best because of Helm's Deep, but then like after rewatching them like a few years ago, I was like, how the fuck did I not think Return of the King was better than Two Towers? Jesus Christ. I'm like, the battle for Minas Tirith is fucking insane.
Yeah. The whole movie is like a battle.
Yeah, it's so good. Okay. And then so this is like my Marvel top 5.
Oh man, I gotta go to bed, man. We gotta make these separate videos.
Oh my god.
We can't make all our content in one video. Do you YouTube, bro? Do you even YouTube?
Oh my god, well we can split it later, or we can, like you said, we can do like an actual because like I think that the Marvel bottom 5 is also like really interesting. And I'd be interested to see what you have. But like I said, I think that like you'll agree with like most of the things that I've put.
Okay.
So I just parse through it. Like I said, I think Infinity War and Endgame are like one movie. I think it's really easy to put them at the top. And you probably agree, considering you had Endgame on your top 10. And then you said in that review that like before it was Civil War. That's my number 2. I think those two are like pretty difficult to dispute.
Yeah,
I think they're pretty
put it up
clear.
there.
Yeah. After that, it's Guardians of the Galaxy for me, the first one.
Okay.
I just think that like by the time that they got to this point, they were like, no one knows who the fuck these characters are, so we're willing to take like a lot of risks with how we portray them. They gave the movie to James Gunn, and like he just gave us this really like unique and fun Marvel movie that we hadn't really gotten yet, that also like borrowed all the good things kind of from all the other Marvel movies before it, like in terms of like the tone and the comedy. But he added like the music element, and this was kind of like a mini Avengers movie in a way, because it wasn't one character and like them carrying like the whole movie, like a Thor or an Iron Man or a Captain. It was like this team movie. And I just thought it's like really enjoyable how it introduces them all, their dynamic and their stories. I really love that prison break scene where they like fly out on the drones. I think this movie's fucking great. Then Thor Ragnarok, like I just think
definitely
that, like,
the best Thor movie for sure.
definitely the best Thor movie.
Yeah.
And like I really think that like once they got into like phase 3, like everything just started getting really strong. They just really knew,
because they
like,
started
what their
crossing
strengths-
over heroes. Because Thor Ragnarok also has Hulk in it, and
Sure, I wouldn't say that it's like great because it's got Hulk in it. He's
I just
definitely,
like the big team up stuff. So anytime there's like another character from another movie in that movie, like I'm all about it.
Yeah, but I mean, there's like Jeff Goldblum in it, and like Valkyrie is like a compelling character, and you know, like just the setting that they're in. They're in like that weird like space place, and then there's like the rock guy and the little like bug that are funny, and Hela is super hot in it, and she's cool.
Yeah, she's really cool.
And we get like the scene with like Odin where he dies, and that has like a cool little like payoff for, you know, everything that Loki and Thor have been through up to that point with him, and like all that unresolved like family stuff. And Thor kind of like realizes that he's like more than the hammer. We get like a good arc for him. So like Hulk is in it, but like honestly, they only fight at the very end, and like I'm pretty sure like Hulk falls off the bridge or some shit when he like deals with the wolf. He's like really not even in it that much.
He's in the middle. Like that's the big reveal when he fights the guy in the.
Yeah, but I mean, like they don't really like team up or anything
Colosseum.
like that, and he's just kind of like an opposing like comedic figure for Thor. There's really not a lot like going on with them that like really drives the story or anything. Is my point.
Okay.
You know, I wouldn't say the movie be the exact same if you remove the Hulk, but it like I would say that like not a ton changes. But the soundtrack's also really good, and you know, I thought that they like I thought that like Taika Waititi, like his style of comedy again, and like taking Thor to like finally like an enjoyable place, because like Thor had been like a pretty lame character up to this point. I just really like this movie. I thought that this was a breath of fresh air, and maybe actually even upon thinking about it, like it could go under the next one, which is Spider-Man: Homecoming. Like maybe you could swap these and have it be like Homecoming at 4 and Ragnarok at 5. But I think Homecoming is like really, really strong. It's like one of my favorite portrayals of Spider-Man that we've gotten so far.
Yeah, I really like this Spider-Man.
And I really like Vulture in it, and I like the story.
And the twist
a lot of people
that
don't
he's dating Vulture's daughter, that was pretty great.
Yeah, I thought that was cool,
Yeah.
and it like I like how, you know, the villain is kind of informed by like he's like part of the world, you know. He's like part of what informs his motivations and the things that he does is like the fact that the Avengers are kind of like causing ruckus in the world and like attracting this like alien attention and stuff, and you know, they're like kind of dealing with the aftermath of that. And a lot of people don't like the whole like Peter Parker has like an Iron Man suit in it or whatever, but like I don't care. I'm not like that invested in the fucking Peter Parker character that I give a shit that you changed it a little bit for this. You know, it's one of those things that's like I'm kind of just happy that we're getting Spider-Man, because like fucking Sony owned it and all that other dumb shit that like prevented us from like getting this character for a really long time. And I like Tom Holland. He's good as Spider-Man. He's very cute as the character. And is not like too like overbearing or anything like that, and his comedy is like delivery and stuff like that they've got him like going on is good, and he's very like innocent and stuff. And I like him, and I like his dynamic with Tony in this. Yeah, I generally just think that this is just like a solid movie, and that's kind of my 5. And like I said, like, yeah, if I was gonna guess like 2 on here that like you would maybe disagree with, it would be Ragnarok and Homecoming. I don't think that you would have Guardians at 3, but I feel like Guardians is probably in your top 5. Am I wrong about that?
Okay, so I'm making the list right now. I'm checking it twice.
All right.
And hold on a second. I'm trying to fit it all in one page. Okay.
It's only got to be 5 movies.
Yeah, but I'm putting it on the same page as the other movies. Fuck. Jesus. Let's make this full screen. I don't want to fit on one page. Just make these smaller font. Okay. Gosh, I'm really torn on what to do for the 5th one.
Well, like, are your 1 and 2 Infinity War Endgame and then Civil War?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think there's even like a lot that needs to be said about those.
Right. I'm just like the rounding out number 5. Okay. Okay.
Are you gonna share the list, or are you just gonna have the?
I'm gonna share the list here.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so number 1, number 2 are the same. I replaced Guardians of the Galaxy with Captain America: Winter Soldier. I really love this movie. So in the trailers for this movie, it wasn't revealed that the Winter Soldier would be Bucky. So like when you saw the movie and they revealed that, I thought that was like huge. That was a big deal. Mm-hmm. There's also this part when, I like the plot that S.H.I.E.L.D. is like, oh, we're making these like floating aircraft carriers that can watch everything all the time. And Captain America's like, fuck that, dude. I don't want to be watched all the time. And he's like going rogue, basically. And so he's fighting S.H.I.E.L.D. in this movie. And then we find out that S.H.I.E.L.D. is like secretly Hydra, right? Yeah, that's what happens in this movie.
That, by the way, it's still the slideshow.
Is it? No, there's a delay on it.
Okay. I wasn't sure if like... Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah,
so 3 is
if you watch it for a second...
yeah, no, I've been watching it this whole time we're talking.
Really?
It's still on the slideshow.
Hold on a second. Let me see what that looks like.
That's a pretty long delay.
It is a long delay. No. I think you need to update your feed because I'm watching it too, and it's...
Check. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, you're right.
Where was I? Yes. So, yeah, and then that's when we get introduced to Sharon Carter, who is a cool character that's, like, related to Peggy Carter. Yeah. And when he goes to the S.H.I.E.L.D. facility and he fights all those guys in the elevator, and then he jumps out of it, lands on his shield, and then takes a motorcycle and then, like, jumps over a helicopter. Dude, that shit is so fucking cool.
Yeah. The action scenes in that movie are cool.
Yeah, that's a really cool movie. Number 4 is also Thor Ragnarok.
Okay, yeah. You bitch.
I thought, yeah, Thor Ragnarok had to be...
You gave me a lot of pushback on that for having it in the exact same fucking spot.
It had to be on my list. I don't think I did give you pushback for that.
I felt like you were giving me a little pushback there, but okay. I'm glad you have it on there, because I think it's a great one.
Yeah. And number 5, I guess, would be the Avengers. The first Avengers movie.
Avengers was my 6.
Okay, yeah.
It was like, I was like, fuck, man. I was like, the Avengers is so good.
Yeah.
And I was like, I already have like Infinity War, Endgame, and Civil War on here, which are all like Avengers flavored, basically. Right. And so I didn't want to have it be like too redundant. So I was like, okay, let me see if I can get a little bit more spice.
Yeah, get some spice in there. Yeah.
Yeah. And okay, so how do you feel about Guardians and Homecoming? Because I know you don't like Guardians 2 because you think it's a laugh track.
Yeah, I mean,
basically.
it's like a sitcom. I also didn't think like the villain was cool. I thought just everything that happened in that was kind of dumb. The part at the end when he's like, "He'll never be your, he may have been your father, but he'll never be your daddy," and I was like, "Oh, that was okay."
All right, well, what about 1?
Yeah, I like Guardians 1 like as much as I like Ant-Man, and so yeah, so I like Guardians of the Galaxy and Ant-Man. Those are cool movies. Yeah, when you're talking about the scenes in Guardians, there's a lot of cool scenes in there. When they were escaping from the prison, that's like probably my favorite part.
Yeah, that seems awesome.
Yeah, and they just all the team works really well together, and it's enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, and
Um,
it's funny, and it's like the first Marvel movie that uses music in a really good way.
yeah, yeah, it
And it's like
definitely
what
is.
everyone tried to copy afterwards.
Oh my gosh,
off
for
Suicide
years.
Squad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for years.
everyone's
after
trying
that.
to do that shit. And yeah, I feel like that was the one that did it really well. And it is like, even though it's not like 5 individual superheroes that are coming together for like an Avengers thing, it's like the characters are all different and unique in their own way, that when they come together at the end, it feels kind of like a similar payoff.
Yeah,
And they all like work really well together. And like I said, it's because like it was also like I didn't know who the fucking Guardians of the Galaxy were until they made the movie,
I didn't know that either. Yeah,
So I was like really happy to be introduced to this new team of characters that I'd never heard of before and have them make such a good impression on me. And it was also very reminiscent of like, we grew up with movies like The Goonies and like Indiana Jones, where there's like a lot of characters that like come together to like do an adventure.
yeah,
And they all do different things. And like this also like hit me in that kind of, like nostalgic spot where I was like, oh man, I love these like team up action adventure movies, like where everyone has like their own unique skill set that they bring. I love these kind of things.
Yeah.
And so I was like really happy that we got that in a Marvel movie that wasn't the Avengers. Because like they're not all like, they're like, none of them are like superheroes, so they're all kind of like crafty and like in their own way.
yeah, they were. And they gave us some cool characters too. Like I like Rocket.
Yeah, Yondu.
I like Yondu.
Yeah, I love Rocket.
I like Mantis from the second one. I think she's
Yeah.
cool.
Mantis is fun. Gamora and Star-Lord are both fun.
Yeah.
Drax is funny and like also surprising that like we got a pretty enjoyable character out of like Dave Bautista, who really kind of came out of nowhere
Yeah.
in terms of like being an actor.
Yeah, he was like a wrestler or UFC fighter or something.
Okay, and then like how do you feel about Homecoming? Is it like, would it be like high in your like it's I imagine it's in the rounding out top 10 or?
Yeah, definitely top 10. Definitely top
Okay.
10. Far From Home, not so much, but
Yeah, but Homecoming I just feel like is a great introduction to Spider-Man for this. Like it's like we were waiting for him for so long,
yeah.
and I feel like the version that we got of him after
It was worth the
Civil
wait.
War was like really cool.
Mhm.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
I also
enjoyed
liked.
that movie a lot.
I think another reason that I really like Spider-Man compared to the other movies is that his movie is really like simple and self-contained. It's not like him trying to like save the world or do anything like incredibly large or extravagant. He's like literally trying to stop like a part-time crook kind of, who
Yeah.
admittedly is doing more than like robbing banks or like convenience stores or something like that, but like I like that he's just kind of like this small time like weapons dealer, and it's like a villain on the level that like Spider-Man can stop.
Right, and he fights him at the end. He's just in he's in like pajamas.
Just in his
Yeah.
like regular suit, because like Tony took away the like Iron Man suit from him.
Yeah.
So there's some like good arcs for him as well, in terms of like him learning what it means to like be a superhero, and that it's not about like the tech and stuff, and it's more about like the spirit that you put behind your actions, and that kind of stuff. And yeah, I love that Michael Keaton was like the girl that he wanted to date's father, and
that was
that
good.
they get put in like little situations where like Michael Keaton starts to suss out that like this kid is Spider-Man and stuff. Yeah. I just think that like, it was because like a lot of the other movies I felt like they kind of get bogged down in I don't know, doing like insane things because the characters are like so large. Like I like Civil War from like a spectacle standpoint. It's got some really cool action set pieces in it. It's a little messy in terms of like the plot and some of the things that happened are like a little like because I'm pretty sure that Captain America like crashes a bunch of those ships like into the fucking earth at the end and like a bunch of innocent people die.
Wait, you're talking about which movie?
Civil
Winter
War,
Soldier?
Winter
Oh
Soldier,
yeah, he does. He does do that shit.
Yeah, and so
There are
like,
people on those carriers.
Yeah, and
for
people
sure.
under them.
Yeah, and people underneath them. Though they cast them into the ocean, so it's probably okay. But there were definitely people on those. But I guess they
I
were
feel
all
like one of them
Shield
crashed
people.
in New York or something.
Maybe. No, they were in the ocean because he swam back to shore with Bucky.
I mean, one
then he let
literally
him
like
go.
goes through a building.
Does it?
Yeah, I mean that's how like the end of the action scene happens because there's that like guy. That,
Yeah,
like,
well,
fights
maybe it
him
was a
with the-
Shield building. Okay.
I mean, yeah,
It was
like,
probably a Shield building, and they
there's-
were working on Shield spreadsheets.
yeah. It's also the
office.
movie that introduces the fact that like not Zemo,
Zoolander?
but, like no, that the guy is like on all the computers and shit, which is like a very. It's a very questionable.
Oh, Zola.
plot.
Yeah.
Zola, and it's like this guy is like on. They like preserved this guy, but they didn't preserve like any of their other like Hydra guys that were like important, and like all these computers and just weird shit. It calls into question about like what time in the history that they did it in, and like why they aren't doing it now. It's like one of
Well,
those
I mean,
things where
I
they,
thought
like-
it was cool because like that's like a real thing. Like after World War II, like we took like half of the German scientists and like brought them
Put them
to
on
America.
computers.
Yeah, we uploaded them to computers and then stuck them in a bunker underground.
So yeah, I've definitely always had like I imagine like Winter Soldier would either be like at the end of the top 10 or like just outside of it if I really had to like put it on a thing. But yeah, I mean like there's so many there's over 20 Marvel movies at this point. So I think just boiling it down to like a 5 and yeah, and like I said, I 3 of yours are on my list in the exact same spot.
Yeah.
And then like Avengers would literally be like number 6 for me.
Yeah,
So,
and
I
Captain
think
America is my favorite. Like back when it was
Oh,
just
yeah,
the
Captain
first
America's super
2
cool.
Iron Mans, and it was first Captain America and the first Thor. Like Captain America was my favorite one out of those, and it was the first Captain America. Now compared to like what they're
Ooh.
doing now, yeah, I know, but compared to
That's-
what they're doing now, it's like
Well,
not that
I was
cool,
just
but-
gonna say it's tough because like I really love the first Iron Man, minus the fact that Obadiah is the villain at the end.
yeah,
And so I think that like the first Captain America movie is like actually more like I think all the parts of it are like more satisfying together, but like the beginning, the first like 2 acts of Iron Man are so fucking good.
yeah,
And
him
it's like
getting
the
like
average-
captured and then coming back and
Yeah,
building
and
the
it's like-
suit and everything.
The score I would give the third act, it like weighs down the average
Yeah,
of like the 2 first acts, whereas like the 3 acts of like the Captain America are like all high on average, that they like make a higher average score than like Iron Man 1, if that makes sense.
yeah, that makes sense.
It's
yeah.
like Iron Man 1, it's like 95, 100, and then it's like 20.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
it's a big
really
drop
bad.
off. Yeah,
Yeah, it's a huge drop off. But then like Captain America, it's all like in the 80s and 90s
Yeah.
for like how satisfying the different like acts are. So you get like a really robust average at the end. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, Iron Man gets really weighed down by the last act, but yeah, I can totally see that. I think that's justifiable for sure. Okay, yeah. and
Yeah, I
that's
think
it.
we should
That's
wrap it up.
everything. I
Yeah.
got everything.
Yeah, you got what you needed, you fucking pervert.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, now take your clothes off and step through this teleporter.
you can't wear clothes in the teleporter. Yeah, well, why is there a camera in the bathroom? You haven't explained that one yet.
It's
Goodbye,
time
everybody.
travel.
Because of time travel.
Got to go.
It has to be biological material.
Gotta leave you all behind and face
Hey man,
the
you explain time
truth.
travel and the biological material thing to me, and I'll explain the cameras. All right, I'm
Yeah.
asking the questions.
I'm asking. I'm operating the machine here, buddy. All right.
Yeah, you know, this is good. I think this is like a very, I don't know who's gonna want to watch this shit, but
Yeah, I don't know either.
This is a very comprehensive discussion on all the different movies that we really like, and hopefully inform people on the things that we look for.
Yeah, because it's like,
and
who are these
appreciate.
chicken guys? Well, this is who we
Yeah.
are. This is the things that we enjoy.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's gonna be it then. As soon as I figure out how to end this stream, I'll turn it off.
Yeah.
How do I end it? How do I turn it off? Do I hit? Okay, so if I hit stop streaming on OBS,
Hit the button on your soundboard that plays Darude Sandstorm.
I gotta find it again. There we go.
Yeah, so I guess do we want to watch something tomorrow?
So what?
I said, do we want to watch a movie tomorrow and do commentary?
Yeah, I think we should. We'll decide on what it is tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Because there's definitely like a couple things off your list that I'd be down to watch, or like some of the things that we suggested in Discord earlier. I was trying to think if I thought of something that was like recent, but I don't think so. Oh, I'm gonna try and do the Loki thing. I'll try and find some time maybe tomorrow to do
Okay.
that. Do you want to sit in on that, like you said?
Yeah, I'll probably be interested in sitting in on that.
I'll see if I can like write something that's like a little bit more comprehensive, because I'm probably gonna bring up like Steins Gate and shit, so it'd probably be good to have you around so you can like cooperate.
Yeah.
Because goddamn, Loki is so bad.
It's so disappointing.
Yeah, like after, I went back and rewatched like I didn't rewatch, but like I watched the part from the first episode where he first like gets into the TVA and he watches that like infomercial about like what happened with the multiverse war and like the sacred timeline, and like they're so disingenuous about the vocabulary that they use, and like how like they say time at points when they meant reality and universe, and like those are not the same thing. Like, I mean, even if you think about the Infinity Stones, like there's literally a reality stone and a time stone. Like they're different things. And the show tries to use those terms interchangeably, like whenever it suits them. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense when you can use one word to mean two different things.
Right. Well, let's just save all this for tomorrow because we're at 4 hours. So.
Yeah. No, I wasn't gonna. I'm just droning on while you figure out how to end this.
Yeah. Okay. I found it. I'm
wetting people's whistles.
Yeah, wetting the whistles.
As they say.
Yeah. All right. Goodbye.
They aren't already dying of dehydration at this point.
Okay, we did.